Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to finals weekend of the Fly. We are here live at Lilleshall National Sports Centre for our first semi-final matchup of the day. This is the first men's semi-final between Swift and Forge after the playing games this morning, where Forge came through 14-13 against Hustle in their playing game to get into this semi-final. Meanwhile, Swift went down at 13-20 to rise in their play-in, and now these two teams meet to try and secure themselves the first place in the Fly final. So here we have our teams for the day. First up, Team Swift, led by head coach Ryan Garnsworthy and captain Ryan Sweetman. And up against Team Forge, head coach Mike Bartlett being led by captain Tom Bracegirdle. And the teams are just having their pre-match routines at the moment, going through coin toss, getting themselves set as they all step onto the pitch for our first semi-final. And as the teams get ready, I'll just introduce you to my co-commentator today, Mike Armstrong. Mike, good to have you here with us.
Fantastic to be here, Sean. It's been a very different day to the last weekend we were here at Lilleshall. The sun has changed for some clouds and some rain today, but the lacrosse has been just as exciting this morning.
Yeah, we've already had two really competitive, really good games this morning. As I say, Forge went up with the first game, and as obviously you're coming here as co-coms today, but you were actually assistant coach to Forge last week, and now you've had the benefit of having a little inside knowledge. You're now here with us to do comms today.
Absolutely. I know the Forge managed to sneak a little training session in last Sunday. It seems like it paid off for them in the first game, but this game was a one-goal game last time, so we'll see what actually transpires as they're just about to go down for the first face-off.
Yeah, we've got Thomas Rosser going down for Swift, going up against number 87, Dan Madeley for Forge. Again, Mike, Madeley out of Uni of Nottingham.
Absolutely, someone I know very well, and he's battling hard straight away. But first possession seems like it's gone to the Swift.
Yeah, good win by Ross, and he's looking to go individual at the moment. He's gone all the way.
Yeah, it's a great little start from Swift. I think they really wanted to put certain things right from their performance this morning, just chatting to the coaches over lunch. That was a decent shot to take, stick to the middle and the inside, but we see the Forge just having their first attack of the game now.
Yeah, I think we saw in the earlier games today, the early quarters were very frenetic. There were lots of goals sort of early on before teams sort of got into their rhythm, got into their shape a bit better, and then the games became a bit more tactical.
Yeah, as we just see that first shot in from the Forge, yeah, I think the first game this morning was a 9 at half time. So there we go, another big save from Tim Blower, putting his body on the line there. Yeah,
great first save there for Tim Blower. He was unavailable for the July weekend, but has stepped in to goal for Forge in the August weekend. Yeah, beaten there by Danny Hilditch for the first goal of the game, Swift.
It was a great individual effort, great outlet, straight to Paige Laycock.
But now we're tied again.
I mean, that's what the Fly's all about, isn't it? One end, when then within 5 seconds, the ball's down the other end and it's in the back of the other net.
Yeah, there we see Hilditch's goal to get the game going, but then, as I say, straight down the other end, and Hilditch again.
Yeah, no, I spoke to Dan Hilditch as well at the half-time. He was really happy, actually, with his own personal performance in the first game. I think he said he took 8 shots, 6 goals, and he's making a great start on that. As we see a little bit of the ground ball action going on. Great pick up there by Ollie Rogerson, putting his team onto transition.
Great work. Edwards comes forward with the feed, and there we go. Another goal for Swift. Albert Whitehead, I think they're totting up with the goal in the midfield. He was very influential in the last game of opening weekend against Rise. He scored the 2 goals that won them the game at the end of things.
This game's so open right now. I think both teams are trying to feel each other out a little bit, work out kind of what's going on. As there's lots of shots going on. The goalkeepers are doing a great job to keep their teams in it, keep the score as it is. But I think the coaches will probably be asking a little bit more from the defence. Yeah,
I think Forge were just a little bit lucky there. They looked a little bit out of shape after the save, and it was a 2-on-2 situation for Swift, but the pass just went a bit wide. But yeah, I think Coach Bartlett will definitely be trying to get his Forge team to calm down, a bit of composure.
Absolutely. I know something that they've been talking about is the subbing game. They felt that they did not quite get that right in the first weekend, and it's sort of real focus for them this week. However, you know, that's got to actually transpire in action itself onto the pitch. So, you know, as we can see now, for example, we've got Jake Parker, who last time was subbing out. He's now playing some defence.
Good work again, Tim Blower, staying strong, making a save from Sweetman. Again, Sweetman was the top point scorer of opening weekend, put himself up with 13 goals and 4 assists, I think it was, for his opening weekend.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Forge will be aware of the threats of Sweetman. You know, as you say, top points scored. They've got their own. I think they had a lot more spread goals throughout the team, so they'll have some confidence in that. But I'm sure they'll have some plans, particularly for Ryan Sweetman. He's a really strong player. The 60 suits him really well, and they'll definitely making sure that they're trying to match him up nicely.
And there we have it, just outlining Sweetman's qualities, and there we go, just the sort of really slow build-up, just allowing him that shot from the outside, and he managed to stick it very well.
Yeah, and you know, I just saw something there from the Swift in their transition play. That actually, Hilditch picked up Reddy deep in the opposition half. So I think there's an element of trying to put a little bit of pressure on, trying to slow down the shot clock so they can actually give themselves a little bit more time to play defence.
Great work, Dan Madeley there. To pull one back for the Forge. Hilditch back up Edwards, looking to drive on his man, spins back inside, pulls the shot, saved by Blower.
Yeah.
Now here we go, Forge looking for a quick transition. Have they got options?
They absolutely have. I think this is the second opportunity they've had like that on transition. They've made both count. Yeah. I'm sure the coaches will be happy on that.
Captain Tom Bracegirdle there making his mark on the game with an opening goal.
I think that's a little bit of the difference we're seeing in these two teams in the early stages, Sean, is Swift seem to be a little bit more settled and creating on settled play. The opportunities for Forge have come through transition. So, again, a little bit of half transition. Great finish, Dan Watson. You know, this game really suits him as well for those nice tight inside finishes and getting themselves into a great position to score.
It's really great work here from Forge. Like I say, found themselves 4-1 down and pulled it back to 4-4. And I think rightly so, we've got a timeout called there by Swift to try and just calm things down after, you know, conceding 3 in a row.
Yeah, and I think something that the coaches will have learned about the timeouts, they're only 30 seconds long in this format of the game. So, you know, 30 seconds, getting the teams in, having a quick word, making some small adjustments, and then sending them straight back out. You can hear the referees blowing that whistle all ready to get the game restarted. Definitely seen teams not kind of burn their time on the timeouts anymore. They're really quick and short to the point.
Yeah, I think they've learned that, you know, sort of it's, like I say, almost just used as a sort of reset and refocus moment rather than anything too detailed. Really competitive ground ball fight there.
Yeah, the game's so open right now. And you know, we've seen a lot of these in the first quarter. We've still got 2 minutes to play. Great defence. That's Tom Roach on Sweetman. Really kind of doing his job.
Yeah, Ming Trin and James Reddy, they're both working behind, doing a real good job keeping them out. And here we go again, Forge looking for quick transition. Jake Parker all the way to goal, but no, Hurry stands up well. That's a really big save. That is, like I say, all of the momentum was with Forge, and that's something that could maybe just, give Swift that lift, get them to just calm a bit.
I think, the goalkeeper's always played an important role in the game of lacrosse, but actually where the possessions are fairly evenly shared, a save and a stop one way can be a 2-goal swing, and the goalkeepers really come into their own of almost like scoring a goal for their own team. They've really valued that highly, and we've seen that certainly in the games this morning and in this one already.
Loose pass from Andrew Baxter on Team Swift, and Forge will come forward through James Reddy. Pass up top, Brace Girdle, up against Baxter. Pops off the feed, great finish.
That was a nice little feed. I think what we've seen here is that was the first proper settled attack for the Forge, and they're not necessarily trying to push everything on transition.
Post from Baxter there, back to Blowrunners again. Forge looking for quick transition. It's nice early defence from Mills, just slowing up the Forge move.
Nice finish. So we've got a foul in there somewhere before the goal. So it looks like the Forge will get an opportunity to go and play some extra man.
Yeah, good finish from Tom Roach, and double successful, and they get the ball on the man up. Just tried to force that, I think, a little bit there, which, not really
there's
allowed Swift to come away.
There's been some interesting conversations about what to do, for example, with a minute penalty, because if you're going to get the 30-second shot clock on a minute penalty, if you can take an early shot, you're guaranteed to get the ball back, so you might get a second bite of the cherry. But is that at the cost of, maybe a weaker shot? Maybe they could be thinking and taking a little bit more time and actually just using that full 30 in that first part of the extra man. So the ref's just trying to sort something out here, trying to work out quite what they've called.
Yeah, it seems like, I think Forge might have lost their advantage. And there's a...
Dan Watson's sat on the penalty bench.
Dan Watson's gone to the bench, and they're going to be all square for the last. We've got 4.1 seconds on the clock. So I think this is going to be a quick drive and shot here from Hilditch. Just into the crowd of players, and that is the quarter time. As we go in with Swift 4, Forge 6. So,
wow, what a first quarter there, Sean, as well. I think the Swift really started strongly. The Forge worked themselves back into that, getting that 2-goal advantage. I think both sets of coaches will be relatively happy with what they saw. I think, we've seen a lot of this in the first quarter, as you said, high scoring, teams trying to feel each other out, trying to work out, strengths, weaknesses, what they can do to impact the game. Really interesting. I actually thought the Swift going into this one might have had a little bit more of an advantage, but the Forge really have turned up and come to play this weekend. I think after what was possibly a little bit of a disappointment for them 3 weeks ago. Yeah,
that was a really strong effort from there, going sort of 4-1 down early to Swift, and it looked sort of like it might have been fairly similar, but they came straight back at it, scored a couple of goals on quick transition, and then towards the end of the quarter sort of looking like the better team. I think it's interesting to think about, whether, obviously we've had our play-ins this morning, and while Swift won all 3 of their games on opening weekend, they've come into the first one here and have lost their first game. And it's that sort of, all about momentum, all about, who's feeling good. And Forge have won this morning and Swift have lost. And it's that little bit of lift that they possibly just need to turn the game that they lost on opening weekend into a win this time.
Yeah, I mean, I sat in on the Swift meeting this morning, and the big thing they actually talked about was their first quarter performances. So yes, you're right, they went 3-0 in the first weekend, but actually they lost every first quarter. So I'm sure they'll know that they're in a position where actually they'll probably feel quite good about it. They've scored 4 goals. I think in the first weekend they'd only ever scored 1 in the first quarter, but they can turn that on for the remaining quarters and actually go and get themselves a win. So this game is still all to play for. We'll see the momentum of this second quarter into half-time and what the coaches have got cooked up for us.
So we're going to begin this second quarter with both teams with a man still serving a penalty. Forge on the ball, Ming Trin. Goes all the way inside and goes goal.
And that's that open set, giving them space to the middle. And that's what Ming Trin's absolutely done. He's taken that space and he's made that all himself. Great little slide. So I think on that last D set, I think we were hearing the team talk about trying to get their distances. I know that's a big thing with the goalies are trying to get right this weekend, is the distances to take those shots. And really kind of getting those early slides or trying to be really predictive of where we can slide from, so that it makes everything else read and react off it, and try and make defence really a bit easier. It's really difficult to play defence in this format.
Forge looking to set the pick there. Watson coming round, finds the feed off Paige Laycock. We could have a penalty there.
I mean, that was absolutely classic Ben Paige Laycock. Inside movement, finding a little bit of space. You could paint that picture of him doing that, and he does it time and time again. He's really strong off ball, and I think he'll be wanting that one back in his stick again to probably finish the ball next time.
Movement, open feed across. Shot goes over from Parker.
So we've got Forge going full press here, trying to really turn the ball over, especially when they're on the extra man. See if they can actually really try and turn that ball over. I think the shot clock does a lot of the help, actually, trying to turn that ball over. They've all got to do is play defence for 30 seconds. They'll get the ball back.
Yeah, that's one thing new for this Sixers game. We've got a 30-second shot clock from the moment the team takes possession. As you can see, we're now entering 5. There's 4 on the shot clock.
What a pick-up and what a ground. Off he goes to the races, Tom Hallam. He's done great there. But that was it. That was it in case in point. The Forge really put the pressure on because they knew they had the extra man. And they almost capitalised on it and then make it like a big 2-goal swing.
So a new 30 seconds now for Forge. For Swift, sorry. Mills taking it behind. It's come up, but no, well down by Blow. He read it well.
It's a good save. I mean, it's a decent dodge, to be fair. He went from a good spot on the field. But we've seen yet again Forge punishing on transition. I think if there's one thing that the Swift need to get right is stopping that transition. I think they're getting through the lines really quickly. Maybe they need to just hit the hole and get in a little bit more.
Yeah, it's something that teams really have to think about. Even when you're on attack now, as we see through Hilditch, you've almost got to be thinking, as soon as you see your player winding up for the shot, it's almost that thought of, we're about to be on defence now. Like, you can't even be thinking about the shot. You're almost, if you're not the shooter, you're back on defence.
Absolutely, and it also comes into the subbing game of who's hitting the box and when, where you may be looking to engage players, because like we've seen, the distances defensively are important to get right. So we've seen here on the man down, they're working hard to try and actually get the distances right for the zone. But a great bit of individual skill from Hilditch.
Yeah, lovely dodge from Hilditch coming inside, cutting the lead. But Ming Trin looking to go back down the other end. Tipped over by Hurry. We're going to put pressure on now, try and win the ball back. It's Allsop trying to fight. But it's come up to Brace Girdle.
Great swarming on the ground ball, and they've got numbers here, 3v1.
Sweetman to Hilditch, spin, dodging, faking, Great work, Tim Blower. That's really good stuff to put the pressure on, and Hilditch probably just took a little bit too long in the end.
I think he outfaked himself there, Sean, yeah. I mean, they've done a good job there, to be fair, on the defensive side, trying to delay it as long as possible. But as I said, that was a 3v1 opportunity. I think they'll be wanting that one back as well. we're now all even.
Forge had another. Looking really good so far, you know, just like you say, turning it on every time in attack, sort of not having too much difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, this game's got such fine margins. I think it's a 4-goal swing right now. That could be, there's one back, you know, quick turnover and that'll be another one, and before you know it, you know, this can be a 1-goal game, which is why we're seeing so many short-sided games. There's not only defensive pressure, the scoreboard pressure, but there's also that pressure of the shot clock.
Nice response again, Forge. Yeah, as I say, it was Ollie Rogerson pulled one back for Swift, but Forge just hitting straight back again. Elliot Leonard.
Yeah, this game's gone back open again.
There.
I think we saw at the end of the first quarter that there was a lot more set-up play, but the last couple of goals have just been pure transition. I think the team that really takes control of this game now, trying to use their possessions, is really going to make an impact going into the second half. So there's your classic shot to turnover. You know, that could be a swing there. They'll be looking for all the little margins out there. Great little individual. That's another transition opportunity. You know, I think definitely seeing the Swift trying to play defence higher up the field, and I think it's really leaving them open. I think the coaches wanted that, but I think they're going to have to react to the way that they're actually getting beaten the lines again.
This is a real breathless period now.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
relentless.
Sweetman was one-on-one there with Layscott. Like, they've got to be thinking about the distances they're engaging and actually adapt to it. I think that's the biggest thing I'm seeing right on there on the field right now.
So Forge maintained their 3-goal lead, just 1 minute 30 on the clock before half-time. Hilditch looking to go to goal. Bounce shot, finds its way past Blower, pulls another back.
Dan Hilditch has that in his locker, absolutely, every time. He's so dynamic, he can roll, he can split you. You know, he's got a great shot, one-on-one, outside. He's got all that stuff in his locker. But I think, you know, what we saw there with a minute to play was the Forge really sit back off, and I think I'd like to see the Swift do a little bit more of that right now. Maybe where they're getting beat through the lines in transition is actually contain them a little bit more, get numbers behind the ball and have a strong defensive set, because they've got guys out there who can play D. They've got Andy Baxter in this weekend. They've got someone like Ollie Rogerson, Sam Dyson. These guys can really set a precedent for the defensive sets.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's just about making it a little bit more difficult for Forge. You know, they've not really had to work too much. They've not really got them to run that shot clock down at all.
Absolutely. I think that is the thing. We've seen transition goals, we've seen one-on-one opportunities or out of an open set. Not seeing them work too hard.
And that's exactly what Coach Garnsworthy would have wanted. First play back from the timeout.
Yeah, we saw it that possession, and they were short on the shot clock. It forced a turnover. We're into the last minute here.
Good to George Ivers up top, looking to spin his man against Parker. Shots wide.
Yeah, they're taking out. They were short on the shot clock. Forge, if they're quick here, might get another opportunity to attack. They're going to at least have a full 30, but there's only 20 on the clock. What can they do? Let's have a look.
Coach Laycock again. Going to look to go direct through the middle.
Great 1v1.
Great check.
Yeah, it was a great 1v1D. I mean, I think that's the quarter, really.
We've lost the ball. We've got...
Yeah, there we go. What a first half, Sean.
Yeah, I think that was pretty breathless. That was, like you say, sort of started off slowly, and then the tempo just raised and raised throughout, and we, you know, individual efforts, transition goals. I think we've had a bit of everything there. And as you say, coming into half-time with the score at 11-9 to Forge, I think we've seen as this day's gone on, more and more goals are being scored from the games in the opening weekend to the games we've seen today. The scoring rate is much higher. I think teams have sort of thought about how to, you know, how to score, how to take those attacking moments, how to take the right shots.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we've seen is, 13 goals the Swift had scored this morning. That would have been enough to win them the game previously. But what we're actually seeing is, I think, guys getting used to the pace and the tempo of the game and where the opportunities come from. Absolutely, I know the coaches did a huge piece of, they planned the last weekend, they had a big review piece after it, and they've really taken some of those lessons learned into this weekend, which is probably why we're seeing the attack emphasis and the goals coming back up through the roof. I mean, this is what lacrosse should be like, isn't it? High scoring, end to end. You can absolutely see this style of game in the Olympics.
Yeah, I think, from that first weekend to now, we're sort of seeing the development of the game week on week, game on game, and it's been really, really positive.
So they're going to take the time here. Just looking at the sideline a little bit, you've got the Forge all gathered together, listening intently to Mike Bartlett, and the Swift. There's a couple of guys couple of guys sat down. You think maybe they've had such a short turnaround between the first game and the second game. Maybe it's taken themselves a little bit on the legs a little bit more. But I think, as you said rightly, this game has been played at such a high intensity early doors that I think I'd be feeling it as well, to be fair.
And as you say, I don't think Swift are going to mind being 2 goals down. Like throughout all of those opening weekend games, they were behind. They were behind by 3 goals, behind by 4 goals, even going into last quarters, and managed to turn things around. They've got a team that play right to the very end. They've got engines that can go in that middle all the way through. I think that's probably what Garnsworthy and Ravi Sitlani will be telling those players. Look, we've been here before. We've done it before. We can do it once more.
Absolutely. I think a big thing that they've been talking about is being in the present and just playing the next play. Being focused on, that next opportunity to get a defensive stop or that next shot they're going to take. Because we've seen little things go a long way. I mean, you thought there was an opportunity for the Forge to maybe take that 4-goal lead that they had and run with it and stretch it out. But to credit to the Swift, that mental reset that they had to just come straight back at it. To be fair, Dan Hilditch is doing a great job just holding his own, and one of the youngest guys out here, he's putting up some points.
Yeah, I think those are the, sort of 2 areas where we've seen that the Swift could get some successes, having it being a bit more settled on defence, getting themselves back in early, and then up top, someone like Danny Hilditch has got that sort of firepower and that flair to make the difference for Swift.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see second half if they actually changed where they start engaging defensively, the Swifts, because those transition opportunities were purely because where they starting higher up the field. And it's one pass and they're through the lines. Bit like a home run type style defence they're trying to play. They're trying to put that pressure on, but equally they were getting beat. So we'll see if they adapt. Now the coaches have had a little bit more time to talk to their team at half time, but I think we'll certainly see the Forge match them step for step second half. Yeah, go for it.
Welcome back for the second half of our first men's semi-final between Swift and Forge. Forge holding an 11-9 lead from the first half after playing games early this morning where Forge defeated Hustle 14-13 and the Swift went down 13-20 to Team Rise, and both teams find themselves locked in this men's semi-final. And welcome back to Mike Armstrong.
Cheers, Sean. I think we've seen an early penalty. I think it was a technical foul early doors. I think it was just a push. But again, we're going to see the Forge go extra man early in the second half. The referees are just still trying to sort out exactly what's going on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a technical in there, I think, for a push. Did you see that, Sean? I think I missed that.
Yeah, I think doesn't seem like they can't really decide whether it was whether it was a loose ball or a... No, yeah, we finally...
Yeah, the green has come out. It's a technical foul, so it's only going to be a short penalty here for the Forge, trying to run something. Great handle there.
Lacrosse looking for feed up tight, can't find anything. Just working the opportunity.
Yeah, just on that extra man, I'd like to see the low guys a little bit closer in on the posts, just trying to occupy those low defenders. I think that'd free the guys up a little bit, up top a little bit more. But as you see, this is so quick, this 6's Lacrosse. Swift are down there already attacking.
Yeah, I think Page Lacrosse was maybe looking for that feed down, and there were just no options. They had to just keep working it round, and the angle for the shot wasn't really on. Sweetman with the shot there for Swift, saved by Tim Blower.
And back we go on transition yet again.
Brace Girdle to move forward. Going all the way. Yes, great finish.
Yeah, no, that was nice. Really nice. Again, a little bit on transition, so I'm not quite sure if we've seen Swift make any changes to where they engage for this second half, but we'll start to see that unfold a little bit more. But again, you know, Tim Blower's made 2 big saves already in this third quarter.
Sweetman's having a real battle with him up there, and Blower's winning at the moment. That's really nice work there. Nathan Edwards just stepping inside and instead picking up the goal for the Swift that was really needed at the start of the second.
Yeah, and what he did fantastic there is he got his stick to the middle. He's not a naturally left-handed player, but he got his stick inside, increased his angle, and made it that little bit harder for Blower. Oh, posts.
Parker recovers, looks for a feed to top. Tom Roach.
And of course that post resets the shot clock as well, so they'll have had a little bit more time to re-attack there. But again, more transition Lacrosse.
George Ivers up against Paige Laycock. Does well just to hold him off there. That's really important for team, you know, keep on slowing down the attacking team.
And we spoke about that opportunity with Hilditch, kind of getting one-on-one, getting to the middle of the field, and that was him, absolutely his repertoire. Forge really did a decent job, though, to be fair, getting in. They had numbers back. I think they just need to get themselves sliding a little bit more, really. Yeah,
unfortunately, Forge are going to go a man down here. I think Paige Laycock, from that defence, sort of trying to hold up Swift. I think he's been pinged, and they're going to be a man down.
Don't say he's been pinged, Sean. We'll all start panicking.
Yeah, no, definitely not having any pingdemics here this weekend. So here's Swift, man up, 1 goal down, looking to tie things up. Danny Hilditch, trying to work the angle. They've worked it free to Sweetman. Again, just going wide there. You know, that was a real key moment there for Swift. And I think you just felt them trying to work the ball, but couldn't really get the angles.
I think they've definitely come out the stronger out of the half-time break a little bit here. They're really putting it on. They're taking quite a number of good shots. And you can see here now, they recognise they've got the extra man. They're doubling up on the ball, trying to put pressure and trying to get the ball back in their sticks.
Lovely individual work, Ming Trin.
Yeah,
feed off to Leonard, and composure.
Absolutely, that was unselfish Lacrosse. That's what we like to see. You know, we can see now, again, Hilditch, what can he do on one-on-one? He's more like 4-on-1 there, to
yeah,
be fair.
I think we've also got a penalty there against Leonard called. So Swift will have a pen come in. Baxter pulls one back, and here we go. Forge will now go a man down.
I'm sure there was a share of eye staring between Baxter and Blower there. Two guys who know each other really well, and I'm sure Blower will probably be slightly disappointed that he didn't make that stop. But to be fair, it was a nice finish. Yeah,
we had some really great moments in the playing game earlier where Andrew was shooting on Will in goal for Team Rise, and I think there was, you know, definitely some moments there. Really important save there, Tim Blower on. I think that's Will Alsop with the shot that it was in front, but he's just hit it square at the keeper.
Yeah, he had a lot more time than he thought, but it's really difficult taking the ball right inside on the crease, and they'll get the over and back there.
That's great pressure from Swift. They've really turned it on at the start of the third.
Yeah, Do you know what? I'm sure they've spoken about that. They know that they've got the extra man. They've let the I think it was Parker catch the ball in his attacking half and then put the pressure on to try and get that turnover.
Parker up against Hilditch there, just dislodges, but they're able to retain. Reset on clock, and Hilditch got the ball, manages to get it off before going out, and it's Ivers. Pings off the crossbar. And now here we go, quick transition for the Forge. They're level, 5 players all.
Whilst the referees just sort out this penalty shot, we saw a lot of the transition lacrosse for the Forge in the first half. I think what they're not potentially doing is getting themselves into settled play right now. They recognise they're going to create opportunities unsettled. But I think sometimes, rather than rushing that transition, just go play settled lacrosse. Work the matchups, find the space, and generate yourself a better shot.
Yeah, they've definitely got players who can do that. We saw an opening weekend that, they've got the kind of players that can work that ball really well, and they can, create the opportunities. They've got clever players that can take those chances, and I think that's going to be really sort of important now for the last sort of 10 minutes of this game if they're going to hold on to their lead.
Yeah, so Forge coming out, swift man down. We'll see what they're going to run here. They kind of got again, 3 across the top, 2 low. I'd like to see the low guys a little bit pinched closer to the pipes, just occupying the lower defenders a little bit more. It might help the guys up top a little bit. But they're running a triangle, they're running that rotation.
And it's freed Brace Girdle, and he's able to finish down low.
Yeah, there's that feed through their zone. And they're doubling up here.
Yeah, just running themselves behind.
Oh, they'll come out of the box.
Yeah,
great finish.
Great find.
They were trying to do the right thing there. They were trying to double up on the ball, trying to force a turnover, but they need to keep an eye on the penalty being released, because Hilditch came straight out of the box, free, and he'll take those all day.
Hilditch trying to do some defence now with his partner Rosser. I think they've had a penalty called against them. Wind up from Brace Girdle, turned away by Hurry, and the penalty now comes.
Well, we're going for the yellow card, so we're going to get a minute penalty
against Thomas Rosser there.
So I think if we're watching at home, we're really interested to see what the Forge do. Do they try and take a shot early doors and try and get that ball back for a second opportunity in the minute penalty, or do they work a better opportunity for that full 30-second shot clock?
Similar positioning to their last man-up attempt. Working it again, here we go.
Yeah, rotating nicely.
They got that man looking free on the crease again.
The rotation's working for them, Sean. I just think they need to be a little bit quicker with the ball movement, and they're going to give themselves a bit more of an opportunity. But again, I keep saying that I would like to see in that first stage, like maybe pinching the pipes a little bit on the lower guys, certainly offside, off ball side, so that they can actually really tie a defender down and actually make that rotation more effective.
So we have 52 seconds left in the third quarter of our first men's semi-final here at the Fly Finals weekend. Forge lead by 13 goals to 12, looking to book that first spot in tomorrow's final.
I can tell you now, Sean, we're in for an absolutely cracker of a fourth quarter. Both teams want to be in that final, and I think they're really going to leave everything out there, especially in this last game that they've got for the day. They're going to leave it all out there in the fourth quarter.
Hilditch ties things up. There we go. The Brace Girdle straight back down the other end. There we go.
Unbelievable.
Sixes lacrosse for you.
So end-to-end. I mean, we've seen a lot of the same names starting to pop up on the score sheets now. So I think, this is all going to inform the teams about what they need to do tomorrow. But right now they'll be focusing on the next 8 minutes of lacrosse, trying to, as you say, book that place in the final.
Forge 10 seconds on the game clock. We'll have a chance for one last attempt. Madeley looks feed into Hallam, saved down by Hurry.
Yeah, I think that's the quarter. That'll do us. But, that was a really important save there by Elliot Hurry, because he's actually now just made, the same saying before about the save being as important as a goal. He's made this a one-goal game rather than a two-goal game going into the last 8. But there's some great lacrosse on both sides of the field today that we've seen, not just in this game, but in the early games. And, this last 8 minutes is going to be a thriller.
This is going to be, 8 minutes to go here. We are set for an absolutely thrilling afternoon of action. After this game, we start with our first women's semi-final, which will come to you between Rise and Forge. Then we'll move to our next men's semi-final after that, and then we will round it off with the women's, and then we'll have our final lineup for Sunday. And it's both Forge and Swift bidding to be the first teams into those finals. So we're just watching the head coaches giving their last words of advice. Mike Bartlett has got his team he's centre stage, giving them those last minutes. Ryan Garnsworthy, equally as animated, trying to get his troops through.
Absolutely. Neither of these teams want to be playing for third and fourth tomorrow. They both want to be in that final. They can see themselves in the final. This game's beautifully poised for it. I think what'll be interesting in this last quarter is actually seeing the coaches trying to impact the game. Can they utilise their timeouts to make a change, make an impact? What can they do? Because that's what they'll be thinking on the sideline. Absolutely. How can I impact this game? Help my team get over the line.
Yes, I spoke to Mike Bartlett on Wednesday, and that was exactly what he said. He said, this is now fine margins. This is about where can we get that extra 1 or 2% that ultimately here is going to make the difference. It's going to be that one goal that makes a difference. It's going to be that one timeout, that one call, that one individual decision by a player that's going to win the game for somebody.
Yeah, I'm just looking out across the teams, and they're pretty, in these kind of situations, you're also thinking, who's got the experience out there? Who's been in these kind of situations many a time before? Who can help carry their team over? And you know what, Sean? I think it's pretty evenly balanced. So it's going to be really, really interesting going into this last 8. But it all starts with the face-off. We've got Bracegirdle and Rosser. These guys, before the World Championships in Israel, these guys were, sparring partners. They were going against each other week in, week out, trying to help each other get better. So these guys know each other really, really well.
Yeah, it's Wales v England, Swift v Forge. As we go to the line for the start of the 4th quarter here.
Comes up forward, Sean. That was a big play.
Win by Bracegirdle. You felt everybody there on that play, and here's Bracegirdle going for the individual, finds the back of the net. That is exactly what we're talking about. Those big game players stepping up.
Yeah, getting the first possession in the last quarter is crucial. Getting the goal off it as well. He's giving his team a 2-goal advantage. As this game goes possession for possession, that could be really crucial for them, that first possession.
Yeah, Bracegirdle felt that. He's just hobbled off, but he's really just done his work there. That was exactly what his team needed off him.
Yeah, he's getting pats on the back from his teammates there. They appreciate that work ethic that he's putting there.
It's the interception on the Swift pass. Forge looking for that quick transition again. Great hands. James Reddy makes the pick.
Oh, that was a great ground ball. I think he just needed to finish. He wanted to finish that off himself. But now we're starting to see, the Forge are dropping in a little bit deeper, giving Swift that opportunity to have that free clear of the ball. But they want to play defence. They're going to make themselves tough to beat with the shot clock in their advantage, the scoreboard in their advantage as well.
Big save blower, back out to Sweetman. Goes for the dive. It's not going to count. Crease call going to go against Sweetman here.
Yeah, if you're going to go through the crease, you want to make it count. I think he was very unlucky there, to be fair. Blower looks like he's possibly caught a little bit of a boot as Sweetman was travelling through the crease. I'll be honest with you, I would not like to get hit by Ryan Sweetman diving in mid-air either.
No, that's that's an absolute blockade coming towards you. But Swift are going to retain ball. There's been a push call before that. So they will keep ball, and maybe Sweetman can have another go.
And these are the fine margins we talk about, Sean. Little turnovers or little fouls. All these little things make a big difference. Turnover, or is it tipped? Oh, it's tipped. So, little things go a long way in this little game. Smaller pitches, it all counts for absolutely everything.
Sweetman denied once more by Blair. That's been a common theme throughout today.
And you can see where Swift are engaging. They're engaging much higher up the field compared to where Forge are. It's just a fantastic...
Terrific work there from Paige Laycock. He was getting pulled and pushed from all over the place and probably drawn more than one penalty there, I think, going forward.
You know, even in those situations, you can win a foul, and that's just as sometimes as important as, you know, picking up a ground ball or putting the ball in the back of the net, because he's giving his team a great opportunity to go 3 goals up here and really put themselves into the driving seat for this last, 5 minutes, 6 minutes?
It's ready again on ball, off to Parker. 2 up top, looking to the shoots, fake, feed to crease, feed inside.
What a save. What a save. You know, that was off stick high. Hurry really had to fight himself across the line. He's pumped after that save. He's really encouraging his team forward. What a way to do it.
Sweetman still working, still pushing, still trying to push his team forward here, but it's just not going for Swift at the moment. They've just, you know, come out from that quarter break and they've just not got things quite right.
Sweetman's done a lot for his team over today and the previous weekend. I'd be looking, you know, where else, if Ryan's not firing right now, who else can step up? Who else is going to do it? Elliot Hurry's absolutely doing that for his team right now with saves like that and the previous one.
Edwards coming forward with the ball, looking for an option. It's not there. Forge managed to slow it down again.
I think Swift will like this, you know, playing settle lacrosse, but it also equally, you know, it'll go into the hands of Forge. They want to play 5v5 in front of the goal.
5 on the shot clock.
So Ward called, turnover. Here's Parker. Again, Swift engaging much higher up the field than we've seen Forge.
Paige Laycock there, retaining the ball.
Yeah, we've got a
Slightly
little bit
different conditions, isn't it? Today?
Yeah, it's that slick on the surface. We had a little bit of rain before we jumped on air this afternoon, and you can possibly see that playing out a little bit in terms of footwear right now.
It's good to see. Generally it's been very dry for this game, so the players, you know, have actually had a little bit of respite from the early games where they, you know, a bit of sideways rain, the conditions were a little bit tricky, but yeah, we're looking a little bit fairer for this afternoon's semi-finals.
Yeah, it's one of those, Sean. You can tell the field's a quality field because it's held up under all the conditions and all these guys playing on it, training on it. Be interesting to see what that comes like tomorrow in terms of final time, but great defensive set there by the Forge, burning that shot clock, making it difficult for the Swift.
It's the perfect situation there for Forge, isn't it? Just doubly so. There we go.
And that's one of those, you know, 2-goal swings we talk about. A great defensive stop, going down the other end in transition and putting the ball in the back of the net. I think as this game gets shorter on time and the scoreboard pressure, we might see Swift trying to increase the amount of pressure they've got, you know, all or nothing to lose. But, you know, the threat of transition that the Forge bring, I think they're going to have to really have a rethink about the number of possessions that they can gain here.
Once again, Blow with the save. Mills tried to feed to Ivers, but can't collect. Sweetman through the legs.
Yeah, that was a nice try. And, you know, you know, something needs to spark for the Swift right now. They just don't seem to be clicking like they have previously. They've got to believe in themselves. You know, I think with 2 minutes to play, we're going to probably start seeing Garnsworthy and Sitlani really kind of focus on who's going on the field, making sure those guys can make plays. I'm sure they'll have a few set things that they've probably not rolled out yet. So we might see some of those things start to try and get themselves to that final, Sean.
Sensational,
yeah, the goal's good.
Sensational work from Paige Laycock again there. Just riding all of the challenges, just forcing his way to goal and finding the net from a really tight angle as well.
He's one of those players that really can go under the radar sometimes because he's so strong off ball that actually it's not necessarily what he does with the ball and his stick, but we've seen in this game the stuff that he's done with the ball and his stick. He's winning his team possessions, he's winning his team fouls, and he's also putting the ball back in the net. So here's one of the timeouts we spoke out about, Sean. 2 minutes to play. What are your thoughts on this one then?
I think, like you say, Swift have really now just got to look at, you know, how can they affect this game, you know. I think it's about getting the key men on the field, finding your people who've been hot so far. Somebody like Danny Hilditch, how can we get him into the best scoring position possible? So 2 minutes to play here.
Yeah, 2 minutes is 4 possessions here, Sean. So, there's one. We're going to go back down the other end and really kind of see what's going on. So Swift on the attack again. Again, those are the little margins.
Rogerson looking to work the ball. Being pushed out again. 5
on the shot clock. They're conscious of that. They get the shot off.
Good feed to Whitehead on the crease, but Blower again just standing tall. You can't just get that easy shot away.
And that's getting an adaptation to these rules. The shot saved, it resets the shot clock, and because it was a save, it's a turnover. So it's not a turnover. So they've got the ball back and they've made that count. This game is going to still go for a minute and a bit. 2 goals in it.
Yeah, Hilditch again, just popping up with that pure individual quality, a little bit of magic. Parker finds the net. We're back to a 3-goal game with just over a minute left on the clock. Swift are going to have to push things hard here to see if they can eke something out from the game.
I just thought with Parker's shot angle there, he's lost his angle a little bit, but he found the way to get that past Hurry. And again, shot off the post, it's a turnover. I think the Swift really kind of trying to make their opportunities count, but do you know what? I think they might run out of time by now. Yeah,
45 on the clock. Forge in possession. I'm sure they'll see out this 30 seconds. Maybe just run the ball into the corner. It looks like Forge could be on their way to the final.
Yeah, they're doing exactly that. This is the game management now aspect coming into it. They're going to burn the full 8 to 10 seconds. Don't be surprised if they dump this ball in the backhand corner. Oh no, they're going to go for the goal.
Instead, they'll just dump it in the corner of the goal, Tom.
Absolute dagger.
And a great check there to finish things off. Great work. Forge are going to see this game out. They'll be the first team going through to the Fly finals day. Reddy adds another one to the board. And we've got a late penalty against Swift coming up, but it's all immaterial now. Forge leading 21 goals to 16 against Forge with 5 seconds left on the clock. They'll see themselves in the final.
This is, the team that went undefeated in the last weekend. Everybody else has looked at what they've done, maybe reviewed things, changed things. I think, that shows the equalness within these teams and the level of competition that's out there. You can see that the Forge are really happy about that. They feel like, I think there's a little bit of vindication. They had a 1-goal game here last time, and they've really turned that around for themselves.
So Forge, 21-16 winners in our first men's semi-final. They've overturned the favourites coming in from that opening weekend. The team that came in with a 100% record. They've come through. They started off they were the number 14 coming in this weekend. They had that tag of being number 4, and like you said, I think they wanted to prove something this weekend. They came out, they put a great strong performance on this morning, and that's probably their best game of the tournament just when they wanted it.
Yeah, I think they felt like they underperformed last time. They felt like they didn't give themselves a fair representation. They had the guys on paper who could actually go and execute. I think the big thing for me in that game was actually the transition aspect. Stopping transition, creating transition, and the Forge did a really good job on both of those sides.
So there we have it. That is our first men's semi-final of the weekend. The next men's semi-final will be coming up at 4 o'clock between Team Rise, who beat Swift earlier this morning, and Team Hustle, who went down by just 1 goal in that game against Forge. They could have been in this game, but yeah, they lost by that 1 goal. So Mike, how do you see that one going later today? I think, you probably say on paper we've probably got a favourite, but, as we've just seen there, favourites don't mean anything in this game.
I'll be honest, right now, I can't really see much past Rise being in the final, but the way that the Forge have just performed there, I really think, that could be a fantastic opportunity for those guys to go and put themselves, into a great position into the final. Big thing I think that's going to come down to now is what these guys do tonight in their recovery, their preparation for tomorrow. But yeah, it's all to play for still, Sean. What a game that we've got here, six-a-side Lacrosse.
Yeah, it's been a truly great weekend so far, and then we've had a really great matchup so far, and I think we're really excited for what we're going to see coming up. Like, I think the levels are only just raising and raising. I think you've seen that from Forge there. Whoever they go on to play in the final, they're gonna give them a real good contest, and it's going to be it's going to be a great thing to watch tomorrow for that final game. And I don't think they're going to fear either of those teams.
No, it's suiting up nicely, isn't it? I think these guys will be not getting ahead of themselves. They'll be making sure that they'll be focusing on the job in hand. I'm sure Swift will want to come out and give themselves a great account and then in their game tomorrow. But I think the big thing, we pointed it out early in the commentary, was actually, if you look at the scores from last weekend, Forge 13-12 winning overtime. They then lost 12-13. They then lost 12-19. They're putting up big numbers this weekend, and I think that's because guys are working themselves out in the competition. They're finding they're getting themselves into good positions on field to actually get, double-digit goals and more.
Yeah, so, and as I say, we've just talked about how well Forge are feeling. I think we're going to hear from Forge head coach Mike Bartlett down on the field.
So here with Mike Bartlett, head coach of the Forge. Talk us through that game, Mike.
Interesting, it was fun, wasn't it? It was end to end. It definitely showcased the athleticism and the kind of pace and frenetic nature of the format of the game. We played a really good team. They came into this weekend undefeated. We knew we had to make some changes. We had to work hard to manage the peaks and troughs of the game and keep ourselves mentally focused and not get too excited too soon. And I think we managed that.
I know a couple of weekends ago you were bottom of the table and Swift were top of the table. What's happened in the last couple of weeks? What have you been working on?
Well, we said from the start we don't want to be champions of Saturday, we want to be champions of the following Sunday. It was always a discovery phase for us. We said those games, the results don't matter on that Saturday. We don't care if we come fourth, having lost every game, as long as we've learnt how we can potentially play this game to the best of our ability.
Now you've run away with the scoreline at the end. We've had a lot of close games. In sixes, what is that marginal gain that you need to win games?
Good question. I think it is that it's managing the runs. We know that there's going to be times in the game where they're going to score 2, 3, 4 goals in a run and leave us a little bit in their wake, and we also know that if we can ride through that, we're going to have the same kind of run. And it's making sure that we keep the right mental state to understand that whatever's happening now doesn't determine what happens at the end. It's how we manage the peaks and troughs and through those.
And now everybody's getting used to the new rules. How are you finding them as a coach?
They're great. It's so interesting as a coach to have a new challenge like this where nobody's done it before. It's a great learning experience for us. It's tough. It's tough on the officials. It's tough on the players. It's tough on us as coaches. But it's a great learning experience. I think the shot clock just adds a whole new dimension to our game.
I mean, it is so quick. It's hard enough to watch and keep up with it. Now you're looking at your bench, you're looking at your team, looking at tactics. How do you keep up with the game?
We try and compartmentalise it. So rather than looking at it as being 4 quarters, we look at it as being 4-minute periods. So we say, win the next 4 minutes. This is how we're going to play for the next 4 minutes. Let's not think about the big score at the end. If we win the 4-minute blocks consistently, we'll win the game at the end.
And in terms of lacrosse as a sport, what does sixes mean to it in its future?
It's a great opportunity for worldwide development. It removes a lot of the barriers for accessibility for new countries, for new programmes. It's exciting, it's marketable, it's a lot of fun for the players, and I'm sure if you're watching it at home, then they'll really enjoy it.
It is great to watch. Mark, congratulations. See you in the final tomorrow.
Appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much.
So thanks for joining us for our first men's semi-final, where Forge overcame Swift, and we'll move through to the Fly finals weekend. So coming up very shortly, we've got our first women's semi-final about to take to the field, and we will be back in 10 minutes with the women's contest. So we look forward to bringing you that later. Thanks, Mike, for joining us, and we'll catch you later on with our second semi-final.
Cheers, Sean.
Welcome back to this sunny day of action at the Sixes The Fly here at Lilleshall. This afternoon you've got myself, Georgie, and alongside me we've got Jane, and we're going to be commentating on the first semi-final. We've got Rise versus Forge in the first women's semi-final of the afternoon. Well, Jane, is a little bit different to last time. We were roasting last time, and now I'm a bit sweltering underneath some raincoats.
Yeah, it's very different, but you know, it's nice to see that I spoke to a few of the players and they said they much prefer this weather to what we had a couple of weeks ago when it was unseasonally really hot for us here in England. So I think they're really enjoying the cooler weather.
Yeah, and lacrosse in the rain's not something we're that used to, is it?
Not really. I mean, this is fairly typical for us and we're quite used to this. It's probably quite mild as far as temperature is concerned, so it's quite pleasant.
Yeah, we can take it. So, yeah, coming up this afternoon, we've got Forge versus Rise, which could be quite a nice matchup. We've got, about to take the draw, we've got Liv Wimpney, and she is matching up with Claire Farham. So, it would be, as we said last time, we've only got the draw every quarter, as opposed to after every goal. So, be fascinating to see if we can take advantage of those ones.
Yeah, and all to play for. You know, semi-final place, the winner takes all.
Right, and here goes Claire Farham. She always looks so comfortable with the ball. Pass it off to Eliza Watson, who sets up the pitch. She's just being man-marked there by Liv Wimpney. We've got Julie Wise up behind the goal. Oh, that's a lovely goal there. So, yeah, one up for Forge already, for Rise already there, and it's a quick clear out. I think the quick clear is something that's very important, as we learnt last time.
Yes, yeah, in fact, Forge women really took advantage of that quick clear out last time we saw them play, and I think the oppositions are getting used to that now and therefore covering it and making sure that they can't just do the high ball up the pitch for a one-on-one.
That was Liv Higson there hitting the post. We've got to remember they're running down the shot clock here. So we've only got 10 seconds left on a shot.
And of course, in this game, when you shoot and you miss, then instead of nearest person to the ball, it's turnover to the defensive team, who just release it now through goalkeeper Lucy Grant.
Also known as Gramps, which I think is a fantastic nickname.
Yes, I was speaking to her and she said that she was in the Junior England programmes when you were, Georgie, so I found out a little bit about your playing career as well when I was speaking to Lucy Grant this morning.
As long as it's only my playing career you're hearing about.
I won't divulge. So Forge, come forward.
Oh, that was a lovely low shot there.
Alex Drew didn't play on that first day. Because she had to isolate at home, so it's good that she's back because she is one of our top strikers, top goal scorers in England.
There's another shot there from Rise. Yeah, Alex Drew, we used to play against her at uni, and she was a few years below me, so she was at Oxford. And she was one of those you just knew when she was coming towards you, you were like, really, I really have to concentrate on this one.
Yeah, she played under-19 World Cup 2015 in Edinburgh, and so it's nice to see that she's coming through strongly. You know, it's about now that we see those under-19 players from a previous World Championship start to come through, and she is coming through strongly.
Yeah, because she was very young playing in that one, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. She was one of the younger members, but very, very definitely worthy of a place.
Yeah, and so Rise are just using behind the goal here, which is just, it's just something I love in lacrosse, that you can go behind the goal. It just gives that extra dynamic, and it's paid off. So a lovely shot there, nice finish from Ella Malik.
And Emily Chandler in goal there. You know, she was one of the best players in the first day that we played, so she'll be wanting to keep that ball out.
Oh, that's a fantastic save there from Gramps. There's nothing grandparenty about that. Just directing traffic a bit. She's just being challenged. I always think it's good to challenge a goalkeeper.
And definitely is, because there's a time limit on how long the ball can stay in your defensive area, so she needed to get that ball moving, which she did.
It's get so angry when they would just tiptoe into your circle when they're marking you. I'd be like, sorry, excuse me, this is my house, get out. It's a lovely shot. Great finish there, Eliza Watson.
Oh. Having to restart there. The umpires just made sure that they brought the ball back.
It doesn't seem quite as frantic as the first day we saw it. All the teams have sort of clocked on to what's going on a bit more. Last time it's like in netball sometimes when people got 3 seconds, they think they've only got 1 second. They do everything so quickly. They're taking their time because 30 seconds to take a shot is long enough.
Yes, it sure is. And, you know, that was a great goal there.
Another great save from Lucy Grant there. She's just slowing her team down a bit there, you know, telling them to calm down.
Yeah, Rise have taken a real lead here on Forge. You know, they've gone 5 goals up in the first 4 minutes or so. And I think there's a little bit of need to settle down from Forge. They need to sort of just build it from here and make sure that they get the game back into their court. And there we have a timeout.
Yeah, and you've got Katie Hudson there coaching Rise, one of the England greats, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think
I'm a bit biased because she was my coach at school.
Most people would know her as Katie Bennett when she was played 4 World Cups. And yes, she's just starting on her coaching journey, really, and doing a great job with this Rise team.
She coached me while I was at school, and we were a bit fangirly. But when you're coached by someone who is at the top of their game like that, you can't help it when you're 16, 17.
Yeah, sadly for Katie, she had an injury in her last World Cup and couldn't play because of an ankle injury. So it was a sad end to a very illustrious career for Katie Bennett. It's great to see her new career as a coach starting now. Liv Winpenny takes the shot, but Lucy Grant is up for it and saves that shot.
There's Phoebe Smith heading off with the ball there. I haven't come across Phoebe that much, but she's Wales 2017 World Cup player, England under-19s, Cardiff Uni. So it's quite a nice CV she's got there.
Yeah, and it's good because she's she did a lot of her development work with England, but you know has been playing for Wales now, and obviously we'd love to see Wales and Scotland and England all strong because it makes the game much better in the UK, in Great Britain. So it's great when the strength is coming through in all 3 home nations.
And in the Olympics, obviously. You know, where we're going to see lacrosse one day.
We certainly hope so. We certainly hope so. But that's Liv Winpenny receiving a yellow card. So she's walking slowly off the pitch. Don't think she's very happy about that decision.
No, I'm not sure she will be. She's getting cards like it's her birthday a bit, really, isn't she?
Yes. Yes, she certainly seems to be drawing the attention of the officials, that's for sure.
That's a lovely finish there. Just quick take, small cradle, and back of the net there for... Who was that?
Sophie Tamlin.
Sophie Tamlin. Who, interestingly enough, actually took a step back from the England squads, which is, you know, you always need to take time for yourself. And as much as we love the sport, it is good to take time out. And, you know, if you can't concentrate on that much training, take time for yourself. And that's what we love to see, you know, taking care of yourself first.
Yeah, and quite a lot of these girls are very highly academic as well. And Sophie went to Cambridge, and, you know, the demands of Oxford, Cambridge, and some of the universities in England are very demanding. So I think it was all, I need to concentrate on my academics at this place because at the end of the day, it's an amateur sport. We don't get paid to play this game. In fact, the girls have to pay to play. So she just decided she needed to come back fresh after a little moment out.
Well, it seems to be paying off, doesn't it?
It sure does. She's a real athlete, you know, and it's good to see her playing in this Sixers tournament. And you know, we should always remember to say thank you to World Lacrosse for their support of this tournament.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. And then looking ahead, obviously, to the World Games, that's what we're focused on at the moment with this Sixers tournament. It's going to be amazing, I think.
It'll be really exciting and really good. So that's the end of the first quarter, and it's 8-3 to the Rise.
I think they could have, you know, have a bit of Blue or Rise as their theme tune. I won't sing it for anyone because no one needs to hear that on their Saturday afternoon. But it's interesting because I actually spoke to, I can't help but call her Miss Bennett, but she told me that I wasn't allowed to because they made her feel old. Anyway, I was talking to her last time. She's saying they weren't particularly an attacking side, but this was just after their first game on the first day. But that's not how it looks today. It seems that they've sort of got their act together a bit there and strung a few goals together.
Yeah, I think they've settled down, and I think they're getting more used to this format, the fact that, you know, there's only 6 of us on a pitch rather than the normal 10, and we're starting to develop some sort of pattern of play, and with that then they're obviously creating the spaces. I think their goalkeeper has held out the Forge quite well. Lucy Grant has made 2 or 3 good saves, and the goalkeeper is so influential in this tournament.
Oh, stop it, Jane. Goalkeepers are always influential.
Yeah, so they tell me. I was always led to believe that goalkeepers were temperamental, half temper and half mental,
Oh,
Georgie.
well, yeah. Half temper, half mental, and always grumpy.
But, you know, I think that's made a difference. The goalkeeper is playing a strong game and saving 1 or 2 good shots from people like Liv Wimpenny, you know, who's scored lots of goals, even from Alex Drew, because we know that she has the ability to stick the ball in the back of the net. And I think that they'll get stronger now, the Forge, because they will regroup. Connor Dockery, their head coach, will have spoken.
And here we go again for the second quarter. And we're going back to a draw. Are we both opting for a push draw again here? And is that a bit of rain we've got?
No, I think the sun's trying to come out.
I don't believe it.
I can see a few shadows.
No, you need the glasses checked.
I'm always half full.
Oh, God, there's a contested draw there. A nice pick up there from Eliza Watson. Interestingly, which I just think, Eliza Watson is an amazing story. Always been a fantastic player, same age as me, you know, Wickham Abbey, Downhouse rivalry there. But she did have a terrible accident with her horse, and it stood on her finger. And so she is 1 finger down, but you wouldn't know it, would you?
No, and Liv Wimpenny just puts that in the back of the net, so that's 1 back for the Forge. But going back to Eliza Watson, yeah, it was just like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And she's come back. You wouldn't even notice that she has a disability on her hand now.
It's absolutely fantastic. She is a tip-top horse rider at the same time, and that's just something I've never quite managed, horse riding. I was watching the eventing this morning, and astonishing.
And their Forge tried that long ball up the pitch, just missed out to a Liv Wimpenny because it was marked by Julia Wise, but intercepted there.
We've got Jocelyn Robinson there, coming in with that lovely interception, as Julie Wise tried to find her attacking teammates there. Just a few subs going on and off.
Yeah, and Josh Robinson was very influential in their previous game today. So they'll be looking to her to get back up to that standard again.
Just the gentle pitter-patter of rain as we play. But this is lacrosse. We play in all weathers. It's like Quidditch.
Emily Chandler managing to save that one and clear it, and Liv Wimpenny on the ball. She seems to be being marked quite tightly by the opposition. I think they see her as one of the main threats of the opposition, and she's not getting much space at the moment.
And quite rightly so. You know, she's one of those names that you just know on the lacrosse circuit. She was always one of the northerners. You didn't see that much down south, and then when she appeared, you'd be like, oh dear, here's one of the Hoxton girls. Is it Hoxton?
Oxton.
Hoxton is a place in London, isn't it? I think I went to a bar there recently, that's why it's in my head.
See, I'm North Country, so I know how to say Oxton.
Oxton. Aye. We have couples in Oxton.
And interestingly, Ford have come back in this quarter and they've scored 2 goals without any reply. So if they can score another, that will start to put the pressure on Rise and make this a much tighter affair. Long way to go yet.
Yeah, well, it's only 8-5, and we know how quickly things can change. Obviously, on the first day, we had that amazing golden goal scenario.
We did.
And Rise were unlucky to lose out at the very end of that. I did hear calls of VAR at times.
Going to miss. And was that one allowed or was it shot clock?
Not sure if it was...
No goal given.
Oh, it's unlucky.
Just after the shot clock.
It was a lovely looking goal. Nice quick stick there. The quick stick is always much more of an art than you think when you first start playing, because you watch it and so often you just see people almost hitting it, tennis smash style, but it is a cushioning, pushing.
Yeah, it's almost like a volley in tennis, isn't it? But
Yes,
it's not
it's less
quite
of a
the same
punch and
technique.
you've got to take it. Oh,
Correct. It's almost a collect and send rather than a bash.
it's so satisfying though, isn't it?
It looks very effective and very, you know, it's just one of those goals that lifts the team because it's been a good feed in and it's then finished off by another player.
So we're on another timeout here. How long are these timeouts, Jane?
30 seconds?
30 seconds.
I know they're not very long and they have to turn around quite quickly. And then you have to regroup. The minute you've had that timeout, you've got to regroup and switch on very quickly because, as we can see, goals can be scored very quickly in this game.
Yes.
That's Anna Saunter trying to get involved in the...
Yes. And I'm going to sound like a right idiot here because I really struggle with
Charlie Bergfist.
Charlie Bergfist. It was tried to be a bit too clever with that pass there. You know, she just sort of tried to slyly pass it off to her teammate, and the Forge were wise to it. Like sometimes you see people trying to be a bit too clever. It's like footballers. They try and do something a little bit too much. Oh, that's a lovely save. I think that might have come off the head of Lucy Grant there. I heard a bit of helmet noise.
Yeah, and that was the quick footwork of Alex Drew, and you can see she's starting to want to get involved closer in towards the goal, but she just throws that one away slightly.
I think there might be a few referees around wishing they were wearing boots rather than trainers. You could see some sliding if they get the wheels on.
Push there by Liv Winpenny. She's living life on the edge a little bit. But the ball's gone off. So that's the Forge ball. Still with that 3-goal deficit.
So you can hear Conor Dockery there shouting, build it. So he doesn't just, whereas we saw on the first day, it was a lot, remember that first game, it was a lot of, Forge went for the long feed from the goalkeeper, fast break, goal. Whereas this time he's shouting, build it. So he wants them to get into that perimeter and feed the ball around within that 30-second period, which is completely opposite end of the spectrum, if you ask me.
So there's a little bit of debate here who committed that high foul, and in the end Sophie Tamblin has been sent off for that drive through by Liv Winpenny.
Ooh. Oh, I felt that. Oh, I felt that, Lucy Grant, off the knee. Doesn't look bothered, does she?
No, she's not at all worried. No. She saved the ball. That's what she was there for. Good quick move upfield.
Oh, that's a lovely save. Oh, these goalkeepers, they are a superb breed of human, aren't they?
They're very influential, that's for sure, in the Sixers game, because the ball goes up one end and down the other quite quickly, and that's Alex Drew just putting that one in the back. It's 8-6 now, pulling it back.
Interesting. This.
Remember, it was 8-3 at the start of this quarter.
The interesting thing with Lucy Grant as well, obviously a left-handed goalkeeper, and it's one of those things that you are so used to going, okay, so the goalkeeper, you know, put it bottom left, put it whatever, and then you've got to think, oh no, she is left-handed, and so I've got to put it bottom right. And sometimes as an attacker, it's one of those things, it's quite hard to retune your brain into that.
Yeah, and in fact, in the tennis-side game, I know that Phil Collier, the head coach of England women, often wants to pick a right-handed goalkeeper and a left-handed goalkeeper, so that when he switches them, he knows that it's going to be more difficult for the opposition.
Oh, I like that. A bit Rafael Nadal style, you know, teach him to play left-handed.
Yes.
Definitely not dampening the spirits of these players. This gentle smattering of rain, we'll call it. We just got another pick being attempted there in the middle, not been used, and then shot taken there by Captain Claire Farham, but got off the back. So back to Forge's goalkeeper Emily Chandler, who was fantastic on the first day.
Yes, she was, and Claire Farham just went to go for the low to high shot, but just went almost midway to high and therefore missed the top of the goal. She probably just needs to drop that stick down a little bit before she starts that one if she's going genuinely low to high.
You can hear the time being shouted. 10 seconds, 5 seconds for the shot to come off. Oh, just in time, but nice save there. It was one of those you just sort of didn't really have the shot, but she just had to take it. Oh, nearly taken out the referee there, but Claire Farham's got it under control, takes it one-handed nicely in the air. Always a satisfying one as well, that, you know, you practice those and you feel like such an idiot throwing it up to yourself and catching it, holding your stick with one hand, but that's the kind of moment you see that practice really does pay off.
Yeah. And they've got 8 seconds. Can they score the final seconds of this quarter? And they can. So that's gone from 8-3 now to 8-7.
And that was a lovely high shot there from Ellie Jones. Nice finish. They'll go into the second half with some great momentum there, the Forge women. So it's 8-7 to the Rise. Don't think they've had the best quarter there, that one.
No, in fact, that was 4-0 that quarter to...
Oh, so not a good quarter at all?
To the Forge. So Forge will be happy with that quarter. They will have been very unhappy, I would have thought, with the first quarter where they went 5 goals behind. So they're still behind. So they've still got a lot to play for. But they pulled four goals back that quarter. So really good.
Yeah, and as we know, things can change very quickly. If we just see a few replays here. Here was that well-contested draw that went on, and then lovely little pick-up there. It's just a shame she's called back there, Eliza Watson. This was some of the Forge work around the goal. God, it looks like a really sunny day when you see these replays. Yeah, so I would imagine... I can't help but call her Miss Bennett now. You know, you've corrected me once. Coach Hudson there will just be thinking, you know, team, you've got to scrap that one. We're into the next half. You know, it's almost a clean slate, really. We're only 1 goal ahead. So, you know, you've got to forget that quarter. Everyone has a bit of an off moment. Gone to Sainsbury's. They're back. And should just be telling them, you know, you need to buckle down for this one and keep the Forge out this time, and you've got to put those shots away. We had a few missed shots from there, nice saves.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's not that I disagree with you when you say they've got to forget that quarter. I think they've got to learn from that quarter, because if they learn from it, then they shouldn't let the same things happen. Sometimes with some players you can say forget it, and they like, oh, I'll dismiss it, but they've done some things wrong, so they need to remediate that. They need to make sure that they don't allow that in the next quarter, because what we mustn't do is have a third quarter like we just had the second. So let's look forward. And the final replay, and a great shot there to finish off just before the end of the half.
Yeah, and we are somewhat sodden under here, but it's all okay. We love lacrosse in the rain. We've done it a few times before, so we can't complain too much. It still looks wonderful at Lilleshall. Doesn't matter what kind of weather we're in. We've got, in the distance, I can see archery going on as well. You know, there's a lot going on here. I've seen gymnasts today who are about as tall as my knees. I've seen people in karate outfits. It's all going on. It's an amazing place. And we're quite lucky they've let us stay. I stayed last night. I slept like a baby. So can't complain about that either. So it's a pretty nice setting for us, really.
It's a great place, Lilleshall. It's one of our national training centres, and a lot of the national squads would come here to train. And certainly our national academy, our girls' academy, train here on a regular basis, certainly bi-monthly, if not monthly. So we've got those coming up here at the end of August, at the end of this month. And the quality of the fields, the quality of the pitches are really first rate, which leads to nice, fast, athletic, skillful lacrosse, and that's all we want to see, and I'm sure that's what anybody watching would want to see as well, the athleticism, the speed. I think, Georgie, you said earlier this week that it's the fastest game on 2 feet, and I believe it is. You know, it's you just have to keep your wits about you, because if you miss something at one end, they're up the other end before you know where you are. So we're very pleased to deliver this fly competition to you in partnership with World Lacrosse, as part of the Sixers programme that World Lacrosse are supporting as we move forward.
And having watched just a little bit of Olympics myself this week, this is really something I could see in there. It's sort of along the lines of that 3-on-3 basketball kind of urban sport they've had going on. You know, something like lacrosse, like Sixers lacrosse, you could get that in there, and a lot of people could get very involved.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we're trying to appeal to a different, another audience as well as our current lacrosse audience. You know, this is lacrosse. This is just a very different discipline that we can all get behind and support. And who wouldn't want to support a fast-moving game like this?
Right, here we go with another draw. Both gone for the push again there. Oh, much better. See, there's that one-handed take from Eliza Watson. A bit of pressure on there from Josh Robinson.
Yeah, Eliza sort of ran into the back of her, didn't she?
Yeah.
She wasn't aware she was there, but fortunately she recovered it, and so Rise moved forward with the ball.
Yeah, she almost rugby tackled herself, really, didn't she? That's a lovely finish there from Claire Farham. We're just going to see.
That was a real captain's goal by Claire Farham to score for the first time since the first quarter.
Oh, so that's a lovely double team there on Liv Wimpney. There was nothing she could do. She really came in towards the goal. She always looks attacking, but she had the goal in sight there, and it's just they kept their V in that double team there, and they just kept her out. There's nothing she could do.
And I think that's the expertise and experience of Katie Hudson, the coach, recognising that Liv Wimpney is probably the main player for the Forge, so they're trying to stop her from being the playmaker.
There was a lovely cut there from Freya, but didn't quite pay off.
And Phoebe Smith finishing that one off to give her another goal for the Rise. So it's now 10-7.
Yeah, Forge just building that goal there. Oh, that was a very powerful shot in there, but, you know, we know about my love for goalkeepers. Lucy Grant, she was definitely up to it, equal to it, and perhaps better than it, because it's not gone in. Working the ball around here, Rise. We'll always keep an eye on that clock, though. We only got...
Here we go with the long ball from Emily Chandler.
Oh, that's firstly, fantastic track back by two of the Rise players there, and then a fantastic save from Lucy Grant. So, you know, all good work, really, on the defensive side by Rise. Just a slip there from Liv Wimpney, not something we would have seen in the 500 million degrees we were in last time.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here is a lot of long-range shots that are being easily tracked by the two very good goalkeepers. I think to score against these goalkeepers, you've got to make more of an effort than just a long-range shot, because that's not going to beat them.
Spaces, not faces, as we were always taught as youngsters. Right, so we're going for another time out here as the sun slowly peeps out behind the clouds. Maybe we're on to summer again. Who knows? We've had everything in one day here, Jane.
It's definitely sunshine now. Definitely sunshine.
Okay. God, you really are a northerner, aren't you?
Yep.
Right, so team's coming back out here after that timeout. So it's currently 10-7 to the Rise. And Forge come back on. There's Alex Drew with the ball. Passes it up to Liv Wimpney, who's just slowing things down a bit there. 30 seconds is longer than you think it is. Oh, and that was just lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah, great teamwork there from Alex Drew, who threw the ball to the cutting Liv Wimpney, who can then just put the ball in the back of the net.
And you could sort of feel that one was coming before it happened.
Well, those two will have played together quite a bit with in training sessions. Sophie Tamblyn with the ball, looking to see if she can roll around the crease. Oh, and I think that came off the post, but it didn't go in the back of the net. So as far as Forge are concerned, that was a result for them.
I'd take that as a save for our goalkeeper. Post is mine. My save.
Liv Wimpney trying that bounce shot, but again from long range, and Lucy Gramps was well up to that.
And it's interesting, the bounce shot, because obviously the ground is softer today than it would have been last time. So last time it would have been bouncing up almost to Gramps' face and over her head. She's not the tallest of goalkeepers, but today in this kind of mud, you don't quite know what it's going to do, whether it's going to skid or whether it's going to bounce. So that is, I think the bounce shot is one of the hardest to face, because as a goalkeeper, you can't be sure whether to step out all the way to that bounce or whether to stay back and go for it, because it could hit anything and bounce at a funky angle. You don't really know. So it's a wise kind of shot. She just wasn't quite there with her finish. And another one there, saved by Lucy Grant, who's just having a day, really, isn't she?
Yes, she is. She's certainly well worth her place in the team, and really sort of making this competition in favour of Rise at the moment.
And they're at a 2-goal advantage at the moment. Rise, it's 10-8 with just over 3 minutes remaining. But as we know, anything can happen in a short space of time. That's a fantastic finish there, though, from Eliza Watson, who sprints off back up at the pitch, already ready to defend. That's how it needs to be done. You make the goal, but it's coming straight back from the goalkeeper, and she's already back in a defensive end.
Yeah, it really is a game for the hard workers, the ones who are willing to put in the hard yards, the ones who are willing to sprint for a percentage of the game. And Eliza Watson is one of those. And a good shot there by Liv Wimpney.
That's that bounce shot I was talking about earlier. Yeah, and it's interesting because it is just such a demonstration of physical fitness, this. I've seen a lot of the girls on social media. They've been in the gym, they're doing their weights, getting their sprints in, all in preparation for the fly, because you can't hide anywhere in this game. You need to be fit. There's a lot of running. It'd be interesting to put pedometers on them and see how many miles they're doing, because I'm guaranteeing it's quite a few.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because we do have some stats, and I'll just find them as far as how far people have run, and I'll share that with you and the listeners as well.
Oh, lovely. We can get that out on the social media at some point as well. If you are all following The Fly UK across Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, please let us know, send in any questions. And yeah, we can get some stats out there. There's a lovely finish again from Alex Drew, who sets off back up the pitch as she's going to sub off there. I think that's a deserved rest. There's a nice clear out there from Lucy Grant and Claire Farham, but couldn't take it cleanly, and it was picked up by Forge number 30, Alice Ripper. Oh, what a surname, you know. She takes a shot. You've got to use that with a ripper. You can't miss that.
Yes, she's one of our up-and-coming younger players, still at Exeter University.
Ooh, as a Bristol girl, I'm not sure I can be a fan of hers then. She's pushing her off the pedestal now.
She's from Hertfordshire, I think, so she's
okay.
She's not from that neck of the woods.
Still, bleed green, I'm not about that.
And some of the facts that we found from the first day was the top speed that people were running was 7.77 meters per second, and Emma Oakley ran 3.35 kilometers in a game and did 534 meters of sprinting in that time. So we have quite a lot of useful data coming out, because some of the teams are wearing GPS and we're tracking how far they're running, how fast they're running, and for what percentage of the game. So we'll be collating that at the end of this tournament, and then utilising that for our development, our future development of what does it take to be a Sixers player.
And there's nowhere to hide then, is there? You can't be a lazy player in this. You know, you can't be that weak link that just lets your teammates run around and do a bit. You know, sometimes there's that person who actually hasn't done that much in the game, and they sort of hide and just goal hang the whole time. But you can't just be a goal hanger. You've got to be an attacker, a midfielder and a defender. That's a lovely interception there. Oh, it's so satisfying.
I think there's still place for one or two maybe not so speedy ones, as long as they've got the brain to go with it. You know, you've got to have quick thought, quick feet, quick hands. If you've got all three, you're going to be great at this. If you've got 2 out of the 3, you can still play this game.
That's a lovely almost slide tackle there. Look, playing football now. Claire Barham, she's up and running. She's not been hampered by that slide. That's a great finish there. Through 2 defenders from Liv Higson, that one. Just a few subs going on there. Julie Wise, she's ready in there. She's got a lovely shot on her, Julie.
Yeah, we seem to have an abundance of attacking midfielders who can just turn on the heat. But that brings us to the end of the 3rd quarter, and this is a one-game competition at the moment, a one-goal
game.
That's
one goal game. Yvonne Gooley gone. Yes, a 1-goal game. Exactly, Jane. It's going to be an exciting final quarter. I'm not sure either of the teams would quite like it to be so close, because you'd rather be a million goals ahead, wouldn't you? But for us as spectators, and with this perfect view, we've got almost at the halfway line. We don't mind. So it's all to play for in the final quarter here. We just have a look at a few more of those goals. That was a lovely take in there from Liv Wimperney. We seem to say that quite a lot. You know, a nice take, nice little placement. It doesn't always need to be about the power, these shots. As she shows us there, placement is just as important.
Absolutely, and you can see that we do mention that name a lot, because she does make a difference to that team. She is their playmaker, but you know, Rise came back strongly, and here's a lovely turn.
Oh, that's a lovely finish. Nothing a goalkeeper could have really done about that one. It wasn't even that far from her stick, but it was, when it's placed that well, you know, you just got to give it to them. It's one of those moments as a goalkeeper, you just give them a little applause, you know. Sometimes they need it.
Yeah, and the angles of the shots make a difference here, because I think the goalkeepers are used to that right-handed shot that's coming from their left to their right, which is onto their stick side a lot of the time if they're right-handed, and that's making a difference for the goalkeepers as well. And if the attacker can switch hands or shoot left-handed, then that will make a difference.
I love how the goalkeepers come into the game. It's like I was watching the Olympic hockey the other day, and you've got Maddie Hinch, who is she's just phenomenal. And actually, our lacrosse goalkeepers are right up there too. Like, she can win. Goalkeepers can win games.
Absolutely, they can. And also, you know, a goalkeeper can lose you a game as well, you know, and these girls are not doing that. They're both playing very well for their teams today. So here we go. Claire Farham and Liv Wimperney yet again. And Liv Wimperney takes that one.
Cleanly taken. Ooh, that's a nice bit of defending there from Eliza Watson. She always wore number 7 as far as I know, so she's probably very happy in her number 7 shirt.
Oh, great interception there.
She's just
Claire Farham yet
a mighty
again.
fine player, isn't she?
She's looking
Can
for
she
to
go all
score.
the way? Oh, that's a lovely save. Lovely save. She was unlucky with that one because she'd done all the hard work. It was just that final finish, but I mean, it was just a great save. There probably wasn't anything she could have done about that one.
Yeah, I think there are times when, you know, if you have that breakaway, you've got to have a bit more vision, that you don't have to always take the shot yourself just because you've won the breakaway, won the ball in defence. So maybe she could have had a different, but it's very different and very easy to say that standing here without that pressure on us.
Great bit of defending there from Julie Wise. Forced the drop there from Ford, and she sets off up the pitch. That coffee I know she had at exactly 2 o'clock seems to be paying off.
And there, Julie Wise did look for the pass in front of goal, you know, and in many ways they would have been hoping that that was finished off with a goal. But Emily Chandler releases the ball, clears the ball to Alex Drew.
She's got great pitch awareness, Alex Drew. She's always looking up, always looking for that person, you know. Sometimes you get players and they're sort of channel-minded when they get the ball. That's a fantastic finish there.
Great team goal and a great shot by Jocelyn Robinson, but the whistle's still going, and I think they probably set off too quickly and the umpire wants a reset.
Yeah, like I was saying with Alex Drew, she's got real pitch awareness, always looking up and scanning.
And we're tied at 12-all with 6 minutes to go. What do you reckon, Georgie?
I'm going to go Rise, because they started off so well, have had that sort of dip, and I think they're going to want to fight back and be like, you know what, we're not just a team that can survive the first 6 minutes, we can do the whole thing. But it really is, it's one of those ones you've got, I haven't got any money to bet anyway, but if I were a betting woman and I bet a box of Quality Street, I would say Rise.
Yeah, I think, you know, for me, both teams are fairly even. They've both got a few people who can change the game in an instant. So it's just a question of who can keep their calm the longest and discipline and not throw the ball away. And as you'll see at the moment, we're starting to throw the ball away a little bit because the pressure's building. 12-all, 5 minutes, 20 to go.
That was interesting because Liv Wimpney looked in control and Ella Malik just came in from that check behind. She's just hanging her stick out a bit to cause that turnover, but it's back in forward possession. Alex Drew holding things. Oh, it's not Alex Drew, I apologise.
Hannah Saunter.
Hannah Saunter.
Yeah.
It's too many long blonde ponytails in this game.
Good cut there by Alex Drew, but not used, so she has to reset.
Oh, she's found out. Oh, I think that's come off a Rise defender there, that shot. That's a fantastic save again by Brandt. She's having a stormer. And she's being man-marked there by Ellie Jones, but still manages to get the ball out.
But Rise are coming forward. Can Forge get organised in defence to prevent the easy inside shot?
There's Claire Farr. I'm just telling him to calm down, you know, just using that hand. That is a lovely finish. I barely saw. I almost heard the swish of her stick as she let that one go.
And interestingly there, where you look like she was keep calming it down, etc., there was still 15 seconds left on the shot clock when she took that shot. So you might have thought she was running out of time, but she still had 15 seconds left. And I think there are times when people think 30 seconds is a long time, and sadly there's a high hit there from Claire Farham on Alex Drew. So Claire Farham has to go and take a seat on the penalty chair. Here we go, ready to restart. Alice Ripper on the ball.
So we've got just less than 4 minutes remaining. And it's almost even Stevens. We've got 13-12 to Rise. Oh, this is getting to what one might call squeaky bum time.
Still lots of time yet, though, with 30-second shot clock. I guess theoretically we've got a minimum of 7 shots.
Quick maths.
Oh, always good at maths. Got grade 1 at maths.
It's a great use of the width of the pitch there from Rise. She's got Freya Savage. Goggled, bespectacled, begoggled. Is that a word? Begoggled?
I think so. And good save there from Emily Chandler. And remember that Forge are a man up at the moment. So here they go, look, with the loose ball. And it's finished by Anna Saunter, which ties us up 13-all with 3 minutes to go.
She didn't panic there, because sometimes when an attacker is just them and the goalkeeper, they're like, oh, you can see their eyes light up and they're almost celebrating before they've taken the goal. But she took her time, she did a lovely fake and saw the back of the net, and that's what you need. She's gone off for a little respite. I think she's deserved it.
And Claire Farham comes back off the penalty chair and unfortunately misses that one because she's so excited to try and get towards goal. And going back to the shot that Anna Saunter said, you know, these goalkeepers are too good to just take a shot that doesn't have any fake in it. And she showed there that she had to fake it before she put the ball in the back of the net.
That's a nice finish. Ooh. Taking a little sit down there after that one. Ball straight out quickly from Lucy Grant there, finds Claire Farham, but they can't get the fast break in the same way Forge have been managing recently. Looking at a pick here from Claire Farham with Julie Wise, but Forge are equal to it.
And I think this is the first time that Forge have been ahead of Rise in the whole game. So with 2 minutes to go, they're 1 goal up. Emily Chandler has the ball, clears it out to Anna Saunter.
It's getting nervy.
Good save.
It's a great save. That sort of slowed that momentum. You felt if they got that one, it might be it.
Here we go. One-on-one.
Oh, that's a lovely save. That was one of those, am I going to go here? Am I going to go there? And then she's just gone in the middle of the two and almost straight into her stick with that one.
Ellie Jones trying to keep discipline here. Come back in and puts it down low and takes them 2 goals in the lead.
Just watching the Rise coaching, they don't look particularly excited by that one. But, you know, only 2 goals, and we've still got a minute 10 remaining and Rise in possession. But you do feel they need to get a little wriggle on here. And shots like that aren't going to do it, you know. You can't just turn and shoot without thinking. It's all about that placement still, even if you have only got a short time. Oh, she's gone off. Gone off him. Limping, I'm not sure. Hope she's okay. Going off there. Got Phoebe Smith. I think hopefully it'll just be a bit of cramp.
And Coach Dockery calls timeout. I think that's just to slow it down. 51 seconds to go. His team are 2 goals in the lead, and he'll just ask them to delay as much as possible, take up the full 30 seconds before they take the shot, because if they do that, then they should be in the clear.
That's interesting, because obviously in the 10-player game, you would try and play possession as long as you can. And it's a lot more difficult than you think. But even 30 seconds, you know, you've really got to be like, okay, right, we're holding it for this long, but we don't want to hold it too long. So you've got to keep your wits about you.
Yeah, in fact, I think I can see that it's 21 seconds on the shot clock. So they've only got 21 seconds before they're going to have to try and make that shot count. If they make that shot count, then obviously they're in very much the best position. Liv Wimpenny on the ball, being pressed by Charlotte Williams. To Alex Drew. Oh, and she's gone back into her own half.
And you could hear Coach shouting, don't cross the halfway, but she'd already gone.
And I think that showed Alex's lack of experience, because she didn't play in that first day.
Much like a netballer when they can't go in someone else's third. They've sort of thought about it. Oh, they just need to be... They're not finding these finishes, Rise, and that could be very costly, that one.
Time's off, so we're waiting for time to restart. A long ball from Emily Chandler.
Back into the final 5, and Forge seem to have held off that last surge. Oh no, I can't read. Final 15.
And the goal is out of the goal, and I don't think the player even noticed that there, because the goal was empty. They could have put this way beyond, and it looks like they're going to hang on for a famous victory here.
Yeah, it has been quite a fight back, hasn't it?
It sure has. And you can see the delight as the girls realise that they've done what they needed to do.
And they've gone straight to their goalkeeper, which is always nice. Oh, they are an exultant bunch. So they are into
the final.
So our first women's side in the first ever final of the women's fly is Forge.
Yeah, and they came back from 8-3 down. That was the first quarter. So they were 5 goals down at the end of the first quarter.
It's an interesting one, because it was a very different way to how they played on the first weekend, which was all about fast breaks, but this was much more tactical, a lot more thinking involved, and I think it's just because everyone's had that bit more experience, so they can't just go for we'll go for the long clear, we know what to do every time on this one.
No, I think that's right. And whilst they still utilise it and they make good use of it, because there's been a few times when the clear has gone from the Emily Chandler through to an attacking player, and they've had a one-on-one, and they've made use of that, but they've had to work it up sometimes.
Yeah, and that's a disappointed-looking Rise team there, but they can still go away with their heads held high. They'll have the third, fourth playoff tomorrow, so it's still the bronze medal match.
Very much so, and there's still a lot to play for. We do actually have both GB head coaches here this weekend, so they're looking at the players that they're starting to identify of who could represent GB in the World Games. So as individuals and as teams, we talk a lot about playing with pride, and delivering excellence on a regular basis, and so hopefully they'll come back strong tomorrow morning and show how they can play and how they can take the game to the opposition. They started so strongly, 5 goals up, they were still up at half-time, 8-7, they were still up at the end of the third quarter, 12-11, but ran out 13-15 losers, and you just think, wow, that's quite a big turnaround, really.
Yeah, because they actually only won one quarter. And because they were so far up in that first quarter, you don't know if they were resting on their laurels a bit, or I don't know. They found the back of the net, a lot easier at the beginning of the game than at the end. I don't know if that's fatigue a bit or just...
Yeah, I don't know
panic.
if players ever rest on their laurels. I think they probably thought, wow, we played well. And then gradually the forge came back at them. And it's quite a tough environment when you're playing at this level, because if you just take a backward step at all, the opposition jump in there and capitalise on it. And that's exactly what Forge did.
And in true Lacrosse style, they're all celebrating each other still. We've had high fives from Rise and Forge together. These girls all know each other very well. They've all grown up together. They're still skipping around. They're loving their lacrosse. It stopped raining. We can't complain.
No, and I think there are elements of the game that I'm sure Coach Hudson will be really pleased with. So there'll be things she can build on. The worst ones are when you lose a game and you can't find anything good out of it. But there were lots of positives there and lots of good play. Who are the players that sprang to mind for you for Rise?
For Rise, you can't ignore... I sound like such a broken record. You can't ignore Lucy Grant in that game. She really was fantastic. But then, actually, quietly, Eliza Watson was doing a lot. I mentioned her earlier, but in regards to her game, she was around a lot. She'd take a shot. She was already back in the defences. It was hitting the back of the net. She put in the miles. I'd be interested to see if she had a GPS on, because I feel like she was up and down quite a lot. How about you? And so coming up after this game, we've got the men coming on. And it looks like we've got Rise versus Hustle. And I didn't get to catch that much of the boys' game last weekend, so it'll be interesting to see how they play. It's another quick game. There's a lot. I feel like they missed the goal a lot more. There's a lot more power, and it seems to fly a long way.
Yeah, I think what we've got to remember for them is that, some of them would normally play with a long pole, so they're having to get used to a short pole, and that makes a big difference for them and with their accuracy at times. But they've transitioned very well.
Yeah, and then later we have the other women's semi-final, which Jane and myself will be joining you for. We've got Hustle versus Swift, which could be an interesting game. Hustle not having the best of times, Swift looking quite fanciable for a final spot. If I were a betting woman, I know I'd put my Quality Street on.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, but in a 2-horse race anybody can win, and I think that certainly Hustle will be coming thinking, well, nobody expects us to win. We've got nothing to lose. Let's just go out there and play. And sometimes when you play with that freedom and that looseness, then you actually perform a whole lot better.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The semi-final is anyone's for the taking. No one has cemented a spot in there. You might have won all your games leading up to this, but once you just win this game, you make the final, and it's anyone's. We've been seeing that in the Olympics all week.
I think we've got a coach ready for interview, so we'll pass over to the team out there.
I'm here with Connor Dockery, Forge head coach. What a game, Connor.
I know. I'm still trying to take a breath and appreciate what just happened. But yeah, fantastic game. Really good. Really enjoyable outcome.
I mean, it was a slow start, and you weren't leading till about 90 seconds to go at the end. What are the emotions when that's happening?
Confident, and the reason being is I value those players, and they will literally put all their bodies on the line. They're fantastic athletes, and I always knew right up until the last couple of seconds we'd get a win.
I mean, I heard the girls before the game. We discussed having this interview, and they said we're only going to win this game.
Yeah.
And I mean, what's the tenacity of the players to know, to be that confident, even when they're down with 90 seconds to go? You still felt they really were going to win that game.
I think it's the work we've done off field. M. Chandler, the captain, and a few of the senior players have really got this team gelling. And we said at half time, saying one thing we have above every team is we'll graft, and we'll graft till the very end.
I mean, it was a game of 4 quarters, forgive the cliche, but it was a great advert for Lacrosse.
Absolutely. What I really like is it's a blank canvas for player and coach, and you can try whatever you want. And this is what gets me extremely excited to see, is literally that blank canvas shows what you got, and those players definitely showed me what they've got.
Connor, we can see how excited you are. Look forward to seeing you in the final tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Yeah, so that concludes our first women's semi-final. Nice to hear from Connor Dockery there after his victory. Obviously a very happy man. There's always things to work on, but it's quite nice. It's nice to reach the first final, isn't it, Jane?
It really is nice to reach the final of the first competition, and I know he'll be thrilled, and so will all the players. And they'll now go back, recover well, and prepare for the game. And they won't know who they're playing yet, because we'll be back later to do the second semi-final.
We will, and I'm assuming they will have all eyes on that one, eyeing up the competition. So we're going to hand over to the men's game now, just as the sun comes out. Aren't they lucky? I'm going to go dry off the back of my neck, which has been dribbled down in our gazebo, and then we will hand over to the men's game. So stay tuned for that one. They're going to be starting in a few minutes. They're all just squatting down, warming up out there. The Rise girls, they're looking okay, not too dejected, obviously disappointed, but as we said earlier, they will be heading back onto the pitch for the fourth playoff. And there is still, you know, they've still got to put in a demonstration of their ability. We've got GB selection going on. But before any of the women's game, we're on to the men, and we will be handing over to Mike and Sean, who will talk you through Hustle versus Rise. Welcome, team.
Thank you very much. Well, that was a thrilling game as well. We saw a lot at the end there, kind of killing the clock. I'm really not sure what we're going to see in this game now. I think we've got the 1 ranked team versus the 4 ranked team based off the playoffs. Sean, what are your expectations?
Yeah, I think we've kind of talked about earlier that, you know, maybe Rise come in as a favourite, and Hustle will come in, you know, as that sort of underdog. As the, you know, they're probably gonna have to, you know, come up with some good plans, come up with something to stifle Rise early. I think what we've seen throughout, if you can create a sort of a tight game, a close game, don't let a team build up ahead of steam. If you can slow things down, you know, you turn the games into 1-goal, 2-goal games, and that's where, you know, I think that's where Hustle can make their big impression. To be honest, they've just looking at their team, they've got Will Hardy back, who was absent from the morning game, so he's gone into their roster. So I think that's a really good improvement for them from what they put in the play-in this morning. I think he'll definitely add something to it. And I'm just looking forward to a really good competitive match. So let's get going.
Yeah, they've got nothing to lose coming into this game. Hustle have really got it all to kind of hustle for and make it their own. We've got this first face-off. We've got Chris Hockey and Paul Chapman going down at the X, or at the stripe, and I think we're pretty much going to get straight into this one, Sean.
Yeah, we're going to get straight to it. Again, another one, Chris Hockey, not here for that first weekend, but has come straight into this Rise team for this weekend now on the face, and it's a really good addition to their roster as well, with just on bench as sub at the moment, but Ryan Huns has come into the Rise squad as well, and everyone knows about his abilities, England international. He's somebody who's made that Rise team even stronger, not that they needed to be.
Yeah, they really pack a punch, the Rise. Again, I think it's about them bringing. We saw a lot of Alex Russell previous weekends, and we really saw him take ownership. But the likes of Prescott, Pomfret back out of concussion, and as you mentioned, Ryan Huns really coming into the mix, really gives them a lot of firepower. I think the big thing for them is actually how they utilise those guys forward, but also stopping the ball at the back.
So a couple of failed attacks there. We saw Dan Jones had the first shot for Hustle, went wide. We've just had Rise giving up the ball now, and Hustle straight back into the attack. Bring it forward, Tommy Kirkland there into Dan Jones. I think Dan Jones was someone from the playing games earlier who really kind of almost tried to stand up for Hustle, and he made quite a good few number of plays, and he's probably going to have a really good game again today.
I'm happy to stand corrected on this one, Sean, but I think this might be the first game we've had where there's not been a goal in the opening minute and a half.
Yeah, we're kind of a bit quiet. We're kind of like, what's going on here? The teams have, like I say, I think that later on you get in the day, the games start to slow down a bit. The games become more of a bit of a tactical battle.
So we've got Pomfret hung up here at X. Obviously conscious of the shot clock.
Class finish though from Alex Russell though, making his cut. Pomfret picked him out perfectly.
So we might see some settled attack here. Knowing great finish, Dan Flisk.
Dan Flisk, I think he's somebody who's really impressed across the 2 weekends. He's somebody who's stand out as one of the younger players across the weekend, but he's sort of really made himself noticed, sort of taking every opportunity that he gets out there, and he's really caught the eye.
Yeah, he's one of the England under 21 guys. I think he's one of the guys who's really benefited from the extra year after the COVID delays and that sort of thing. But Dan Flisk is really maturing into a fantastic lacrosse player.
And there we go, there's the Sixers coming to life. 3 goals in a minute, and the game's on its way. And here's Will Hardy in attack, cuts inside. Finish goes wide.
We've not mentioned it yet, the 2 goalkeepers. So we've got Will Baxter and Hal Dwobeng, obviously the 2 senior England goalies. But last time we saw these guys go head to head, they really put on a show.
Yeah, and these are the best goalies that we've got around here. They represent England, and they're people who change the game for their sides. They're the people who they lead from the back almost, in that they keep their teams well marshalled. They come up with big saves, and they are going to be absolutely influential here again today. Baxter in the playing game earlier, was crucial in Rise getting that win over Swift. He puts the pressure on the attackers all the time.
The big thing I noticed with Will Baxter, he demands so much of the guys in front of him, equally to the amount that he demands of himself, standing in between the pipes. And I think actually, as a guy who's stood in front of goalkeepers before, who really communicate and demand, it actually raises your game, and I think that's what he does for Rise. We spoke a lot about the Rise firepower, but actually, him stood in between in the crease for those, in the goal, he makes a huge difference.
And for a team, it's really good to have someone like that, because like you say, the format demands players to play attack and defence. You can't, there are probably guys out here who, back in a tennis side, they don't really trap that much into that defensive third. They don't really get involved in that. And to have somebody that they know between the pipes is somebody who they can rely on, is somebody there to direct them. That's really great for those guys that, you know, might like find themselves on defence where it's a bit of an unnatural position for them.
So we're seeing first extra man of the day, or for the game, should I say. And this is where we really might see some of that Rise firepower. Absolutely on cue. Ryan Huns, step down.
Yeah, Ryan Huns there on his left-hand side. You know, you almost... everyone just stepping back to sort of make them take the outside shot, but Ryan Huns is somebody who's going to be like, well, not really bothered about that outside shot. I'm going to take it and back myself.
Absolutely. So they're just trying to work out the clearing of the bench. Short on time. Oh, I think that was very close.
Yeah, just missed the shot clock there, unfortunately, for Will Shirt. It's a nice little move inside as well, but yeah, just brought up by the shot clock. As you say, everyone gets 30 seconds in possession of the ball. It's a 30-second shot clock, so the impetus is on teams to move it quickly.
And that's some of the fine margins we talk about. You know, that goal going in with, you know, minimal time left on the shot clock. That could be a real big thing, especially when we're seeing these one-goal games. Some strong D. I think there was a foul, and I think that was fair. Yeah. There's definitely something in there, and I think they got it eventually. You know, I think Dan Jones, like we spoke in the previous game, you know, buying fouls for his team, he was really strong in possession there. And now we saw Rice score on their first man up. What are we going to see from Hustle in his first man up?
Rice just trying to get themselves in shape. Just over 2 minutes to go in our first quarter. Rise with a 3-1 lead.
So everyone's kind of running this open set. It's 3-2. We'll see what they run, whether they run something off ball or if they run a rotation. We'll see. It's kind of like your traditional 3-3, trying to really, you know, stretch the guys across the top, see what they can actually create.
Yeah, go down as another early wasted opportunity for Hustle, and something that they're going to, you know, have to be mindful of here if Rise go up the other end and see off there. I say, just looking now, you know, obviously early in the game, probably not going to put it on that much, but Hustle weren't attacking the ball, but they've been called for not. I think they didn't take the ball into the opposing half.
Yeah, it was like an over and back or something.
Within, I think it was within 8 seconds. Did they take the ball back?
I'm really not sure.
We're a little bit unsure.
What we do now?
Cara is,
he's questioning it. Whilst they're doing that, Sean, I think, you know, we spoke again about like the margins and the shooting percentage and that sort of thing in the first game. And I think obviously it rings true in this one. These teams so far are probably taking the same number of shots, but that's not reflected on the scoreboard. So I think, you know, if you're Sam Patterson talking and looking at his Hustle team, you're asking them to take the shots in the right locations to really actually, you know, make a goalkeeper like Will Baxter work for that. We worked it out yet?
No, it's still holding on. Yeah, I think we noticed in the last game, obviously it was early there, but Rise were the man down, but Hustle weren't out to press the ball really high. They weren't getting into their faces early. And I think that shows between, you know, maybe where they think that they're going to excel. It's probably maybe not in pressing and squeezing hard, but, you know, in sort of trying to sit back and let the game, you know, last out, trying to run the game long.
Well, the referees have finally made a decision and have awarded the ball to Rise, who are going to go and attack with Ryan Huns on Will Hardy. What a good bit of one-on-one defence.
Russell behind, got Huns coming through. Standing up well, clock's running out, but it was a sniped finish from Ryan Huns. It's just absolutely pinch perfect.
In a lot of ways, you look at the Rise in the last weekend. That was kind of something they were missing. That little bit of something extra in their attack. A lot of stuff came through Russell in the previous weekend, and then you know they're now sharing that workload between them. And I can tell you, those guys are absolutely thriving off working together.
Yeah, like you say, you know, it sort of spreads your attacking options, and it also means the defence. You know, they're thinking about the two-pronged attack now. They can't just sit on one man.
That was a fair look, to be honest. Josh Simpson, Pink coming through X, looking to feed upfield. Unfortunately, it ended up being a turnover, and we see what Hustle can do in this last 10 seconds. Did they know how long's on the clock? Let's get a shot off, guys.
With the feed from Dan Jones been intercepted by Russell. He's trying to go. Time is running down. He did get the shot away, but Doibeng was there to stop. And we'll go into the end of the first quarter. Rise leading 4-1.
I'll be honest, Sean, I'm not I think that's kind of the first quarter we'd expected. Rise with the firepower that we've spoken about, really kind of asserting themselves. But if you Hustle, I think you've got to be saying, we've got opportunities here, guys. We can actually, we can definitely represent ourselves better than one on the scoreboard in that first 8 minutes. And I'm absolutely certain that Sam will be talking to the guys and trying to encourage them to go and express themselves in this game. Instead of thinking at the outset, they've got nothing to lose. Let's go out and play these guys, step for step.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. If we looked at the shot count from that, if we looked at the possessions, they had equal chances. They also had some very good chances. We saw just at the end there, Dan Fliss come in through 1-on-1, but Baxter's just there to make the big reaction save. And I think you just have to go, right, we are not that far away. There's almost no reason why they couldn't be tied here. There's no reason why they couldn't have got 4 goals there. I think it's just that thing that they can come out now, maybe try and take the first goal, chip away at it, and see, if you can try and find some cracks in this defence.
So interestingly, Will Baxter is staying in his crease. I think this is something that he's done himself. He knows what his responsibility is in his team. And, they'll be talking about some more outfield schematics. He's getting himself focused, ready to play the second quarter already. And he's definitely not going to get caught for a delay of game.
Yeah, no, he's definitely, I think, all throughout opening weekend, he was doing the same. He was sort of in his zone. He knows his jobs. He knows what he's got to do. And it's just 100% focus there. And, leading his team by example.
So there's Purple winning the ball forward.
Gorman was looking for the shot, but got pushed out well there. Matt Tatton coming across, feeding to Hardy behind the back. Lovely finish. There we go. That's the bit of spark that Hustle wanted. That's what they were looking for. It's come through Will Hardy.
The face-off is not huge in this game in terms of the number that they take, but we saw there with Paul Chapman winning that forward and giving his team a great opportunity to get that first attack on the board. And, there we go. Save from Doibeng the other end, and then we're going the opposite way yet again. Here's some transition across. Tommy Kirkland, the Scottish Wizard. And what an assist. What an assist.
That is pure Sixes goal for you. That is pure transition goal, like you say. Tommy Kirkland there with the assist, somebody you'd never see up in that end of the field, putting up the perfect pass, and Hustle have made a really great start to this. Josh Simpson Pink there, making sure, keeping them honest. But yeah, I think that was a great example of what Sixes lacrosse is all about.
That was a finish and a half from Simpson Pink as well. I mean, what he did there, which was brilliant, is he was in his right hand, but he got his stick to the middle of the field to finish. We just call him Tommy Kirkland, the Scottish Wizard. He played for Scotland in 2010, but then he switched to England, and I think that's why that nickname might have stuck.
Yeah, I'm sure as an ex-teammate, I'll probably let you off that one, but he is definitely somebody out here who you're kind of looking down that Hustle team, somebody to make a difference for them, somebody to come forward.
Is that right?
Well, sure. And lucky again, he got himself into a nice position. It was the shot, he'd got himself free in the middle, but like again, up against Baxter, got to find those corners. They're trying to hit those bottom corners.
Yeah, fighting for the middle of the field's one part of it. I think actually making sure you get a quality shot off with your hands free is the second part. Not quite sure he had his hands free completely, but I tell you what, he did a really good job of getting to the middle of the field. Short on the shot clock time here. Do the guys know?
Pink gets one away. but it runs wide and out the back.
And these are the opportunities that I think the Hustle really got to take pride in. That was a great defensive set. They now get to go down the other end of the field yet again. And, you know, this is what we want to see from these guys stepping up. Hardy again, what a finish.
Kirkland to Hardy again, combination coming through. And Hustle have closed the game to 1.
I'll be honest, Sean, I thought going into that, after that first quarter, this could have been, you know, this game could have disappeared very quickly away from the Hustle, but they're fighting back, which is great to see.
Yeah, I think Tatton got the step out. I think Joe Bember's looking for a foul somewhere, but not given, and Roy's back in the attack.
That's like open season, seeing a goalie that far out the goal. There you go.
Joy Bember makes amends. Nice save. It was good height for him, but got himself up well.
Another transition opportunity and another finish from the Hustle. This is their opportunity to really get themselves into this now.
This is what we said, you know, all the firepower that Roy's have up top, they also need to be aware in defence. They need to, you know, do the basics, make sure they're covered. And at the moment, they're, you know, I mean, not that they're giving away easy goals. The Hustle are really coming, you know, with some great attacking plays, but they just need to step it up a little bit. But
well, that's exactly Huns with the response there. Really was he really kind of just recognised it. He was in a great shooting position, liked his own range, and finished that ball nicely. But yeah, I think you're spot on with that analysis, Sean, that it really is going to come down to a lot of little things. Just like that.
Yeah, feed was open, but just not quite executed, just down too low.
So, just looking at that, the defensive distances that the Hustle are setting themselves out at there, especially when they've got the shooters that the Rise have, you'd like to see them take another couple of steps up there. I'll be listening out to see if Dwobeng's actually calling his defenders to take another couple of steps, because that's just inviting the shot, that's inviting the pressure, and it's not going to work well for them.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere, you know, that...
Here we go, transition. They've got numbers.
Russell goes by himself. Yeah, doesn't need anybody else. Threw the fake a couple of times and then straight down through the middle.
Another finish there. This game's really opening up now, Sean. I think you know, there's an opportunity where they're just going blow for blow.
If you work again, Pomfret finds there's Alex Davidson popping up there and takes a good feed.
That was a great finish. That was Will Hardy. Just the Rise know that Hardy's a threat with the ball in his stick, so they're really looking to hedge out towards him. But what was really smart there is he played head up and he saw that look on the backside, and it was a great finish on the quick stick.
Equally as well, there, Ryan Huns just made his defender look a little bit silly there. Throw the fake for the big shot and then just took himself inside. So yeah, the game's moving at quite a pace now. Rise 9, Hustle 7, 1 minute 40 to go in the half. Dan Jones comes inside, big save, Baxter reactions, got down well.
And again, Sean, in this game we're seeing teams putting up more goals in the first half than we have previously in other weeks. And a few people are asking the question around here at the Fly this weekend, why is that? My take on it, I think the guys are just getting used to the pace of the game and the locations that they can get to, and they're just a lot more comfortable.
It's also, like you say, it's more games with their teammates. You know, these are teams that have been put together specifically for this competition. They turned up on opening weekend, and many of them had, you know, never played together before. You know, they had no sort of team links, but now, you know, they're starting to develop, they're starting to understand each other more, and, you know, it's being shown on the field in the sort of step up in quality, the sort of connections that we're seeing being made. 40 seconds on the game clock. Driving saves from Russell. They'll get a reset on that shot clock, which will be very similar to the game clock. It's going to be about 30 seconds each.
Yeah, I can hear Baxter shouting from behind, use the full 30, use the full 30. So they're thinking about game management already, but, you know, I think that's a really experienced kind of conversation that they're having on field with each other. But
Russell's not bothered about that. He saw his shot, he was going to take it.
I'd really like to see Hustle take a couple extra steps up defensively, just to give themselves a little bit more opportunity to actually maybe slide a little bit earlier and give themselves an opportunity to, you know, to defend a 30-second full possession.
Nice little bit of pressure there on Dobeng on the buzzer shot from Baxter, but saved, and we go into our half-time break. Rise leading 10-7.
Yeah, I think they really made a good effort on that in that second quarter, and you know, Hustle have got a lot to be proud of in that. I think it'll be interesting what comes out of the halftime conversations that the coaches are having with their team, because, you know, this game is perfectly balanced right now, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure everybody coming into this game thought that it'd be this close at halftime. I think a lot of people had really, with them being the 1 seed and the 4 seed, had kind of, you know, booked Rise's ticket into the final, but Hustle are really stepping up right now. They've got, you know, some guys who are absolutely capable of delivering, and they're doing that so far. I think we keep saying it's going to come down to a lot of little plays, and now the sun's back out, I think it's really interesting to see how the Rise are going to step up next half.
Yeah, like I say, as we're just watching a few replays here, you know, again, if we look down the scorers, you know, Rise again are going to sort of that Alex Russell, that Ryan Huns. They are, you know, they're pulling out the plays for Rise when they're needed. You know, just as Hustle get themselves back within 1 or 2, they respond instantly with something quick. And I think that if they can, you know, what can Hustle do to, like you say, maybe step up a bit more, try and, you know, get out? How can they, you know, make them pass it to somebody else? How can you make them, you know, make one extra pass, bring somebody else in, to, you know, just try and unsettle things a little bit?
Yeah, it's a game of runs, Sean, and you know, we saw the Rise have an early run. Hustle responded back with a run. Their goals for Hustle actually came through transition. As I said it a couple of times now, I would love to see Hustle kind of take a couple extra steps out on the defensive possessions and make Rise work, you know, 25, 30 seconds deep into possessions before they either take a poor shot or they get that caused turnover. And I think that's potentially something they could be looking at and having a conversation at. But you know, the shooting against these two fantastic goalkeepers has been really good in that first quarter, or that first half, should I say.
Yeah, just thinking back to opening weekend again, I think we're in a similar situation in this game where, you know, Rise were in front at half time. They had a good goal lead, and Hustle just came out in that second half. They got themselves on a little run, they got some energy, and it pulled the game right back into contention. And I think Rise took it 10-9 right at the end of play, and I think that's what they got to look at. They've got to look, you know, we're not out of this. We can be straight back into this. And yeah, like I say, probably just some little tweaks. It's nothing major. It's, you know, there's no real problems there. You just need to make a few little adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, I was just watching that replay back with Ryan Huns when he faked out Will Shirt, and you know, he got himself to the middle of the field. And what stood out to me was there was no slide to the middle of the field. And I think if Hustle can either take that extra step and send that slide a little bit earlier, they might give themselves a little bit more possession to be a bit more assertive in defence. That is going to help restrict the firepower that we're seeing through Rise. But you know, this game, just like every game that we've seen so far, is perfectly poised.
And as we say here, this is our second men's semi-final of the day. We had our first game earlier today at 2 p.m. where we saw Forge come through in that one against Swift. They took down Swift, who'd gone through all of opening weekend unbeaten, and they'd, come into that game. But Forge took them down and booked their place in the final. So it's going to be Forge versus either Rise or Hustle, and we'll find out in about 15, 16 minutes' time.
Yeah, and we mentioned it earlier, and I don't really want to repeat it, but, how can the coaches impact this tight game? Utilising the timeouts. They're going to get a fresh set for the second half. And I really think there's something in that even though they are only 30 seconds, they absolutely can try and make some changes, impact with either player changes or tactical changes or whatever it might be to try and give their team that little advantage, because this is a game of little margins and they all start to add up to a bigger picture at the end of the day.
So we're just about set for the start of the third quarter. So Paul Chapman will go back to the face-off for Hustle, and Chris Hockey joining him for Rise.
Yes, it's good to see Chris Hockey back out there. He's been injured for a little while. It's great to see him actually back out on the field. So, I think for him, this is his first competitive lacrosse for a little while. But, I think he's absolutely out there enjoying every second of it.
Great face-off win there, Chapman, and picking up the ground ball. Good start for Hustle. What can they do on their first possession? This is Dan Jones looking up against Matt Tatton. Comes inside on his right hand.
Yeah, I think Baxter looked like he had that one covered, but, Dan Jones really kind of being a bit of a catalyst for his team in attack, and, absolutely going to start, seeing some guys step up in the second half, and I can tell you now, I think he'll be one of them.
Rise losing ball there, and Baxter already organising his troops, but Kirkland goes round Hockey straight to goal. It's a terrific save from Baxter again. Really, one-on-one, just stood up strong, kept his position, and he's set his team off. Ryan Hunn's one-handed.
Yeah, that's a bit of a Hundsy special, that one. He's got it in his locker. I've seen them go in the top corner as well. That was a really smart shot there from Poke. He had Baxter screened and he got really unlucky in the end. But yeah, I think he just used his stick as leverage to shoot around. I think it was Russell, and I think they were unlucky to hit the post, and obviously that's caused the turnover. But that was really smart lacrosse.
You definitely hear there's a lot more chat out there from Rise. I think I've noticed at the start of this quarter, they're really loud, really vocal, but unfortunately on the play, the interception Poke, he's got Kirkland as option, tries to pick up the rebound.
Yeah, that was a great second phase play. Kirkland really sprinted up there to try and join Poke, and kind of was rewarded in the end for his hustle, for the hustle.
Be a hard life for a goalie as well. Sometimes you make that one-on-one save, you think you've pulled it out of the bag, and then someone just pops up and puts in the rebound.
There's another margin. That was a fantastic little one-on-one save on the inside from Duobeng, and we talk about the goalkeepers having an impact. That was a real impact for him and his team there.
Oh, lovely bottom corner. Great finish, great accuracy. That's exactly what Hustle were looking for.
They are stepping up in this third quarter, Sean. There's an old lacrosse cliche, those third quarters win games. I think Hustle are really kind of, making that pay. And I tell you what, that was a great save. It trickled over the line, and I think they might call a crease here.
There's going to be a crease before the ball crossed. It took so long to cross, they were in the crease by the time it got over. Yeah,
Duobeng got a huge piece on the ball there. And again, that is the second save on the bounce, and it's giving their team some momentum.
And this is the possession to tie the game.
Absolutely.
This could be it, straight away. 4:52 left in the third. Hustle could go tied.
And these are your 2-goal swings, 3-goal swings that we're seeing. And, Baxter's like, anything you can do, I can do better, and he's making game-stopping saves as well.
The intensity, the levels at the moment, there's a real spice to things now. You can see that there, Baxter was determined to take the ground ball, came under immense pressure as well, but rode it out.
Yeah, you can really actually feel it right now. These teams know this game's on a knife edge, and it's just great to see. This is what this game is giving us, something completely different. And again, third save on the bounce from Dwobeng. He's really stepping up in this third quarter.
Keepers on top, loving it. Yeah, no one wants to go into the final day tomorrow not in the final match. All the teams are staying on site here. Everyone's seeing each other. Nobody wants to give anybody an edge, and nobody wants to give anything away.
And I think what would be really interesting, like both of these teams have had, I think, about 4 hours off from the first game this morning through lunch and then to this game now. And depending on what they've been doing whilst they've been on site here, in terms of that recovery, in terms of maybe a little bit of that downtime, what they've managed to eat themselves and get themselves actually ready for this game. Because we know from some of the data that we've been collecting previously, these guys are burning around, I think it's about 300 calories a game. So have they refueled? Have they got the energy to go? And we're going to see that at the end of this third quarter and into the fourth quarter, which team has really set themselves up in performance to go and play.
Yeah, again, maybe fine margins, but Hustle played before Rise this morning, so they've had an extra hour. Lucky little ball there. They just passed it to the referee, but got away with it. Dan Jones fires up.
I think it was a tip shot in there. That was Dan Jones on a plate. He was catching the ball to the middle of the field with his left hand. I think he might want that one again.
Yeah, that may have been the big moment. That was the shot to tie, and instead Rise get to go down the other end. 2:40 on the clock. Robinson on ball, well defended out by Fliss, but yeah, feedback from Russell into Pomfret, who came round from behind.
Yeah, it's a little no-look feed. That's the little bit of class that Alex Russell brings. And a bit of class from Flisk in response. Dan Flisk is an engine. He'll run and run and run all day. And in this sixes, he's absolutely finding his way to finish. He's finding that little sweet spot.
That was just a case of him looking at the player who was up against him, one-on-one matchup, and he went, "I've got you," and he did. He came inside, breezed past him, and then made a really nice finish.
And what's great, you got him there on ball now, down the opposite end, defending him, doing the stint on the opposite side of the ball as well. And with the slide.
Great spin from Pomfret there, the balance on that to keep his feet before he shot.
Going toe for toe yet again, these two teams.
Looking to double the ball. Jones doing well to hold. He's opened up a feed. He's been called for a ward just as he got the feed off.
That's tough. I think, they definitely. Once he gets that double, he's got to get his head up. He's got to be looking to move the ball. He's done his job as the initiation dodge.
Big work, Baxter. Look for the pickup. But Hardy makes the check. Looks for the behind the back. There's two running towards. Baxter coming towards.
Told you it was open season.
No one's giving anything away yet. They weren't going to miss that opportunity to have a go.
So we're going to see that penalty now. I think just one thing, I've started to see hustle, and I don't know whether it's just me seeing it myself and encouraging it myself, but they are starting to slide a little bit more proactively, and I think that's really helping their defence in this quarter. We'll see what comes out of this extra man opportunity, but I think there's a fair chance there might actually be two down here.
They both took a nice swing at Baxter as he came through. So it's going to be Dan Flisk taking a penalty, which Hustle won't particularly want that at this stage.
Yeah, so it's going to be a minute. that was another inside no look little feed from Russell, and that come off the post.
Yeah, nice let off there. They're just behind the game clock, so they are going to have to take a shot here, and there's going to be 7 or 8 seconds after their last shot. They just run it down. Got 7 on the shot clock. Kirkland coming round by himself. Great individual. Lovely stuff. Not somebody you'd expect to come up with goals like that, but doing the work on both ends.
Do you know, that is the classic example of a defender knowing what other defender doesn't want. And he tiptoed that crease and he went all the way around and put it in the back of the net.
But as I say, they were just out of the game clock, and it gave Rise the opportunity to go back up the other end and stick another one on them. But we have a 2-goal game going into the final quarter here. Rise 13, Hustle 11. It's once again all to play for. Keep saying it, keep going on, but both teams are in the game, and we know how quick this can change. Absolutely,
and I think the more we look at this game, and it's just so end-to-end, and the possessions are easily shared. I know we keep saying this as well, it's fine margins and lots of little things. I think in that quarter we had Dwobeng with 3 consecutive saves. That then gave his team the impetus to go down the other end. And really interesting what's going to happen in this last 8 minutes, because you feel like this could go either way. I think what Hustle have done so far is really limit the opportunities that we potentially saw in the playing game this morning that Rise were creating, because they put up over 20 goals this morning. They've done a great job already, but we are seeing more goals, and the coaches will really want to be trying to drive forward their teams and drag them over the line for the last 8 minutes.
So 45 seconds left in the quarter time. Looks like Coach Carr has given all the messages he wants to give. He's left it to his team for the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, and you know what, Sean? I think that's a bit of the plan do review these guys have gone through, because we saw a lot in the first weekend in July was teams getting caught for the delay of game because they're used to having that extra time to have that conversation in quarter breaks and timeouts. And I think they've been really poignant with their points now, and they're really trying to just get out ahead. Both teams are now back out with over 10 seconds left to go, and that's part of the learning that's gone on with this weekend. There's lots of learning that's gone on, not just from a team's point of view, from a player's point of view, but right across the board.
Yeah, as I say, I think we saw a case and example in our first semi-final with Forge. They were the team that finished bottom from that opening weekend. The amount of work and speaking to the coaching staff of Forge, that they did a lot of work between those 2 weekends to how can you make improvements. And it is stuff like that, making sure you're ready, making sure you've got your subbing on, exactly your sort of methods, and those are the gains that you can make from that weekend to this weekend, and it's there for people to see on the field.
Yeah, and we saw that opening face-off. Chapman won it again. He's giving his team an opportunity to go play attack. Again, just because they're now down our end of the field, I just want to see Hustle take a couple of extra steps. But Shirt doing a great job stepping up there on Huns, and he got in his hands to stop him shooting. He just almost got unlucky with the turnover there.
Shot clock gone, and they're going to try and win the ball. They've
got numbers if they got it.
Numbers. Flisk into Hardy, goes round Huns.
Yeah.
Oh, it's excellent work, excellent decision making.
Yeah, he could have passed that, but do you know what? I think it had got knocked down, so he did the right thing by backing himself there. And now the back, Hustle within 1. They've got numbers.
Here we go, Kirkland. Done well to keep it in. He was trying to push the ball quick. I don't think his teammates were particularly wanting it.
Yeah, he's a smart player. He knows the rules. He's going to keep the ball in bounds, get his feet back in bounds to pick before he picks up the ground ball.
Got three on the shot clock though, and they've just coughed it up. Hustle are always there. They're just behind, but they still can't pull themselves back level. They can't get themselves on parity, and you'll see, if they could just get themselves level, you'll see what might happen in the game.
Yeah, I think they're really working now on trying to get the right matchups out there. The right personnel marking who, and it's really kind of coming into it.
Great work to Obeng, coming up with another save as well, keeping his Hustle team in this. And again, once more.
And this is it, he's that's as good as scoring the game winner, making those 2 back-to-back saves.
2 double saves. Dan Jones comes forward. It's a little bit wasteful there. You've just seen off 2 possessions, got the ball in the attacking third to go level.
Yeah, it's got a little bit loose in the last kind of minute and a half at the start of this 4th quarter.
The pressure's on. You can feel the tension in the shots. People are just getting a little bit tight.
Yeah, that's going to stay rise. Sorry, that's going to go. I was going to say Hustle. Sorry, I think it got deflected off the back. So again, this is something that the guys have had to get used to with the rule changes of the shot not being the nearest to the ball, but actually it's just who it came off last. And I think the Hustle could, if they're smart with this, they've got a full 30 seconds to capitalise.
Yes, tight game. Josh Poke there, I think, coming round with the shot.
Yeah.
Really, really nice little sort of, tried to just sort of like confuse things a bit there. They were just sort of stacking the men and putting a bit of pressure on the defence.
He had a free play because he knew the foul was coming, so he had the free play, and he absolutely took advantage of it.
Yeah, ball out again, wasted ball, and all the pressure's on Team Rise at the moment, I think.
Yeah, and Dwobeng showing that not even only can he do it between the pipes, but he can also do it that defending on his own back line as well.
So we are tied at 13 goals each. We have 3:50 left in the 4th quarter. Baxter pulling up with the save again. Like I said, keepers on top. These are 2 England international goalkeepers, and they're showing it in this game today.
I'm going to say it now, Sean. I've got a feeling for overtime in this one.
Been denied overtime so far today. We've seen a few 1-goal games.
Yeah. Not quite sure what there's a foul in there. I think there's also potentially someone in the crease. It might be simultaneous or something. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I just go back to making my bold brass call about overtime. I just think purely because of the scoreboard situation right now, but also I've just not seen in the last kind of 8 to 10 minutes either team really want to take ownership of this game. So it's going to come down to small things, and when the game's tied with 3.5 to play, I just got that feeling.
Yeah, Hustle are unfortunately going to find themselves a man down here and have to do some really tough work on defence. Shots gone wide from Huns this time, and that's a real breather for Hustle now.
Yeah, and that's a reflection of where the game is at. We stood behind that shot. It just pulled a little bit, and his guy's getting a little tense in the hands and that's again going to come down to some of the small things. And that's again another example, like a little bit of maybe a little bit of a half-forced look.
Hardy had sort of done all the hard work to sort of beat the press, and then just looking for a feed that wasn't really on.
Yeah, the team that gets the quality back now, I think, is going to go on and win this game. And we spoke about it earlier today. It's that experience. Who's going to step up? Who's going to be the guy the couple of guys who are actually going to take hold of this game, make some good decisions, use the full 30-second shot clocks. Because the way we're looking right now, there's probably 5 possessions left in this game.
Yeah, so Hustle now on ball opened up for Kirkland. Instead of taking the shot, he's gone for the feed. Recovered. Are they going to get a reset on that shot clock? No, it wasn't judged to have touched a rise. And
no possession gain, so the clock stays in force, and Hustle quickly back into their D set.
Fliss got out well there to Russell. He was just looking to drive through the middle, try and open things up, but he got out really strong, and they forced the intercept. They got a 2-on-1 here. Gorman on ball.
Oh, they had the numbers. You really want them to use the numbers there.
Yeah, the feed, the pass was the option. But that's what the pressure does. We've got 1:35 left in our second semi-final, tied at 13 goals apiece. Fighting for a place in the Fly finals, and Russell gives Rise the lead.
That's what we're talking about, that experience, stepping up. Alex Russell, we did it time and time again for his team in the first weekend, and when it counts the most, he's doing it yet again.
Timeout call, Coach Patterson. Smart move there. Really needs to just refocus his Hustle side now with 1:14 in the game and 18 left on their shot clock. What are they going to look to do now from this play?
They might have talked about something previously of having something set. They might have a set play that they want to go and run. I just think the biggest thing for Sam Patterson and his team is just to realise that they've worked themselves into this position in the game. Go capitalise on it now, guys. You've worked hard to put yourselves in this position. Make it count.
Again, Coach Kara just sending his team out is there. You guys know what to do. Work it out, sort it out yourselves. You've got it here. And the delay of game call, we were talking about it earlier. We were talking about how prepared Rise were. Hustle taking too long on the timeout. Delay of game, they've lost possession.
Yeah, they're going to get one chance here, because I think Rise are probably going to try and kill this full 30, take some time off the clock and really limit Hustle to an opportunity.
Big save, Joybang. That's really important for Hustle. If they've got 52 on the clock. And there's now a too many men call against Hustle.
Yeah, it must have been, because I think it was potentially loose. Yeah, it's a loose ball and they've just turned the ball over. They're a man down. There's only 4 guys out there now, so they're a man down. So that must have been in possession, technical foul, green card. That could be it, Sean.
Like I say, there's going to be about, if they run down to 30, there's going to be about 15 seconds left on the clock. They need to stop the goal. Either Huns or Russell is going to have one go to win this game for Rise.
And what Rise have done here is they've just dropped Matt Tatton right the way back to the halfway line. You're not going to get transition here. You're not getting transition here.
3, 2, and it's the one-handed feed from Huns into Russell on the crease, puts it in, and that should be game. We've got 20 seconds here. Hustle needs to push the ball. Dan Jones can have to step and shoot. It's been closed out, double teamed. Comes out, shot goes wide. 8 on the clock, and that should be it for Rise.
Yeah, I think that's it. We said this is going to come down to a couple of things. We had that technical foul turnover. They had the 2v1. They had the opportunity to go take this game. Russell puts that ball all the way up probably into the East Midlands and sends it all the way.
And Rise put their place in the Fly final. They were pushed all the way by Hustle. They were at them. We had tied game. We've had moments. We've had all sorts of drama going on here in those last couple of minutes. But they've seen themselves through, and they'll be very pleased with their day's work. They will. They're patting each other on the back. I think Hustle, they might see that as an opportunity missed. I think, there's definitely something in there in terms of, one, the illegal procedure, not only off the timeout, but also the 2v1 that they had, and then the other illegal procedure that was out there. It's lots of little things. Those 3 things could have gone the other way, and we could have been seeing a different matchup in this final. I mean, we've seen 2 really thoroughly enjoyable semi-finals there. Swift and Forge in that opening game. Forge sort of doing a little bit of an upset, and their Hustle pushing Rise all the way. Drama till the end, and I think it's been a really enjoyable set of games, and we're going to return to final, which is going to be Rise Forge. And just looking back, I think that was their opening game on opening weekend, and I think that went to overtime. I think Forge beat them in overtime. So there's definitely, we know that it's going to be close, and there's definitely Rise are going to want to overturn that defeat that they had on opening weekend. Yeah, you're spot on there, Sean. It went to overtime. And do you know what? Both these teams going into that final will really fancy their chances. I think they've all learned and progressed and improved over the course of play. But I just want to take a moment now and just say to the Hustle team, those guys did a phenomenal job in this game.
It came down to lots of small margins, and I think they can walk off this field heads held high.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you can see on their faces that disappointment, but that's because they know that they played a really great game. They were in it all the way, and if they'd have taken that, you could not have said that they wouldn't have deserved to take it. For almost up until that last 2 minutes, they'd been right in the game and they fully deserved the position that they found themselves in.
Yeah, and what we're going to see now is these two teams probably go and do a bit of a cool-down recovery, get themselves refocused, hydrated, refueled, ready to go tomorrow. I think we've said it a number of times. These guys, it comes down to a lot of the small things whilst they're here at Lilleshall this weekend, and making sure that they're doing the recovery and they put themselves in the best possible position to go and play tomorrow is crucial.
Yeah, so tomorrow for our men's fly competition, there'll be the 3rd, 4th place playoff in the morning, which will be between Swift and Hustle. And then we will be back in the afternoon for the final of the fly for the men's competition. It'll be the final game of the whole weekend, and it'll be Rise up against Forge to take that first fly title.
Yeah, it's been great, hasn't it, Sean? It's been great. And, I think it's credit to all the preparation that's gone in, both with the teams, the coaches, the individuals, the organisation here at the Fly. It's giving these guys a great opportunity to go out and just play and perform. And, I think this is what we want to see from our sport.
And I think now we're going to hear from winning head coach Vince Cara, coach of Team Rise.
I am pitch side with Vince Cara, head coach of Rise. Talk us through that one, Vince.
That was a tough one. I think we knew Hustle had gone out and done a lot of work. They obviously, I think, done a lot of work between this morning and this afternoon, which is great. We kind of went a little bit blind in terms of we didn't have much kind of game footage or stuff to kind of go in with, so we had to really back our game plan, back our principles, and I think we did a decent job of that. A little bit closer than I think we probably would have liked, and I think some up and down bits, but on the whole, I think we've got to be happy going into the final tomorrow.
Now, you had a really big win this morning against Swift, who are arguably the favourites for this. That was a harder game, wasn't it, this one?
I think so, and I think it came down to decision making in the middle of the field. I think the beauty of this morning was we almost got out ahead, and we knew from the first weekend that actually we were 4 up against them twice the first week, and we knew we didn't finish that game off, so we knew we had an opportunity this morning. And then this afternoon, I think as the game got close, decision making dropped, and that was probably the reason why we probably feel it was so close, and lots of us think to reflect on and going into tomorrow.
Now, that 15th goal was absolutely crucial, holding up the play to the very end. I think it was in the 30th second, that goal. That really sealed the game. What are the most important tactical advice based on the Sixes format?
I think it comes down to decision making. It comes down to your shooting. I think we showed the positive this morning and the negative of how shooting can be, in terms of it's really difficult to take bad shots because it's an instant turnover. So you've got to really be. It's a real pressure now. There's different than the normal game on that, and I think tactically that's probably the biggest thing. I think as well, obviously the fives format, it's unforgiving. It's so up and down, and I think you can't give transition away either way, and you've got to try and play this game 5-on-5, or else you're going to get caught out one way or another.
The game's really swing now. You've got Forge in the final tomorrow. What do you do between now and then?
Rest, recover. The lads are already off recovering and stretching. I think we've got a lot to think about. Myself and Gavin have to sit down and work out a game plan. We've got to really work out how we want to approach it, and I think we've got to make sure the lads are in tip-top shape. They need to go out and spend some time recovering, resting, stretching. We've got sessions tonight, sessions now, and then probably some time in the morning just to get ourselves in the right place. And again, it'll be about executing the game plan and putting in a performance, and we'll see what happens.
We won't go too deep into your tactics. And your thoughts on the Sixers format as a whole?
I love it. I think it's exciting. I think it's great. I was having a good chat this morning about, I think also it's an opportunity to really develop probably fundamentals of the game that maybe get missed when you play in a bigger format. So I think that's really good. I think it's going to be good for the sport. I like there's a lot of crossover with other sports as well, so hopefully it's better to watch. I think it's definitely more exciting, I think, which is great, and obviously faster.
I've heard it's sort of compared as the 2020 of cricket. Do you see it with the Olympic potential?
Oh, I hope so. I mean, that would be amazing. I mean, obviously, and it's ironic. I watched the opening ceremony and I was like, this could be pretty cool if we were in that as well, right? So I think it would be really good. I really hope so. I'd love nothing more than for us to get on the wider stage. It's obviously such a good game. We just need to find a way of making it a bit more open and kind of everyone can see it.
Vince, really appreciate your time. Good luck in the final tomorrow.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks there to Coach Cara, winning coach of Team Rise. So just before we hand over for our final women's semi-final, Mike, so Fly final tomorrow,
Yeah.
Rise, Forge, what's your prediction? Let me know.
Can I sit on the fence?
Absolutely not.
Okay, well, do you know what? In a lot of ways, obviously, I was involved with the Forge guys, so I really want those guys to do well. I think they've got plenty in their locker, but my head says I can't see much past the Rise right now. That was a tough game for them, but I think they'll come through stronger tomorrow.
So that's it from the men's competition for today. We'll be back tomorrow with our third, fourth game and the men's Fly final. However, stick around because we've got our second women's semi-final coming up very shortly between Team Swift and Team Hustle. So we will hand over to our commentators for that one, Jane and Georgie.
Thanks very much, guys. Here we go then, Georgie. The last semi-final of the women's competition.
Bring it on. Exciting. Oh, what a Saturday we've had. For those of you who might not have tuned in earlier, I'm not going to tell you off, but in case you missed it, we had a bit of a thriller in Manila, didn't we? We had Rise and Forge, and it looked like, from the outset, it looked like Rise were going to take it, but Forge battled back quite magnificently and took a 2-goal victory. So they were our first team into tomorrow's final. And now we've got Hustle versus Swift, which could be an interesting game.
I think it will be. You know, all of the games have been relatively close, so we're hoping that there'll be a close situation in this last semi-final as well. And having spoken to Coach Hudson, you know, she was very disappointed because I think she felt her team had done enough to win that last semi-final, but Forge came back strongly to just pinch it in the last quarter, really.
We've got some big names coming into this game, though, this next one. Obviously, we've got our favourite. We're back on the worm burners. We're back on the worm burners. Sophie and Marill hopefully be whipping out a few of those on the Hustle side, and then, as we always say, you can't look past Laura Merrifield on the Swift team. But it's not a two-person game. There are 6 on each side, plus the rest of the squad. So could be exciting. We've got Tors Anderson, who went off early to a wedding last time. So she's back in full force for the Swift. And then we've got, there's some great names on here. You're looking Ruby Smith. You've got your Sophie Coombs-Roberts, your Sophie Allen in the goal. Emma Oakley, who we learnt last time. She's normally a defender, but she's got a nice shot on her, hasn't she, for the Hustle?
Yes, she's got wheels as well, as they say, because she can run up and down the pitch, and it appears that she never, ever gets tired. So here's Team Hustle, Sophie Allen in goal. Ruby Smith, long-time England player. Miranda Bate and Hannah Thurston, 2 youngsters, and the goal-scoring star from Wales, Sophie Coombs-Roberts, with Sophie Morel, as you've already mentioned.
It could prove to be a thriller, this one. I'm excited for this. And then we've got, look, there's Laura Warren. She's just peak fitness on the Swift side, coming in wearing number 1 there. She's just been a stalwart for the game for a very long time, really, hasn't she? And looking at the Swift squad here, that's a difficult one to say. We've got Katie Greenwood in the goal. As we've mentioned, goalkeepers are the talking point of the day, I feel, because they really can be the game changers. And looking at this matchup at the centre here, you've got Laura Merrifield and Ruby Smith. Both have been Wickham Abbey head coaches.
Yeah, in fact, they were both at Wickham Abbey at the same time at one stage, so they probably know each other fairly well.
And then we just had Katie Hudson, who was also a Wickham Abbey, so we're just everywhere. You can't get rid of us. We're like a bad rash. Right, so, yeah, so if it's anything like the earlier on game, it could be mega.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the umpires to get themselves into position. It looks like the players are ready. Everybody's, well, actually, we've got one goalkeeper in a goal and the other goalkeeper looking like she wants to play midfield up here, Katie Greenwood.
Oh, we're just having a minor technical difficulty waiting for the scoreboard, but we will be underway any minute. The girls seem to be having quite a lot of fun on the pitch, so they don't really mind. It's because so many people are tuned in. We just lost power temporarily.
Yeah, I can see the filling up of the generator so that we can get power back.
It's all right. We could put someone on a bike and they could cycle and get it going.
I think one of the issues of playing at this wonderful venue is that we are away from a lot of electrical points, so we've got independent generator that is just going to do.
But it's okay, because it means the cameraman to my right, he can get his snacks in early.
Yeah, cameraman is just taking a little breather while he waits for the generator.
I could be jealous of a pop chip.
And the generator's going again.
I hear it.
I
She's
can
off.
hear it.
We're
and
off.
there we go, 8 minutes for the first quarter on the board.
Yeah, and so here we go. We've got Swift versus Hustle. This is the battle for that spot against Forge in tomorrow's final of the first ever The Fly.
So Laura Merrifield with Ruby Smith and Laura Owen is the umpire there, is the official, and she's the manager of the England women's team. So those three know each other very well.
Both gone for the push there. Oh, we're all going in for the one-handed pickup. Sophie Mills in there against the Swift. Oh, Laura Merrifield's nicely using her butt to butt them out. They always teach you that when you're first learning to pick up the ball. You know, it's all about getting your butt in the way. Get yourself between the ball and the opposition. And here goes Sophie Morrill. Now Emma Oakley passes it off to Sophie Coombs-Roberts, which is something we find ourselves saying quite often, isn't it?
Yes, I think she's somebody that they look to around the attacking end, just so that she can take that shot. But fairly comfortably taken by Katie Greenwood, who feeds it out to Laura Warren.
There wasn't really a lot behind that shot. It wasn't really on. But when you've got the pressure of the shot clock running down, you sometimes just have to take it.
Tors Anderson turns and scores.
That's a lovely shot. It's always handy when you've got a natural left-hander in there who can just get that angle.
Yeah, Tors Anderson has been the lefty for Team England for some time now, and she showed why, because of the way she can turn in front of goal and just place the ball in the goal.
Sorry, I was temporarily distracted by the giant tub of pretzels going past us.
Yes.
It's all about getting that fuel in.
Emma Oakley looking to feed Sophie Morrill. Sophie Coombs-Roberts takes the shot.
That's a lovely save. Again there from the Swift goalkeeper, Katie Greenwood.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see what influence she has on this game, because so far they've had 2 shots to 1, I believe, but are down by 1-0.
Laura Merrifield always just looks so attacking when she's got the ball. She's always playing with intent, isn't she? Oh, that's almost a shot there
But
from Anna Neville. Got a lot of traffic directing going on here from Laura Warren.
Yeah, I think there's a calmness and experience on Laura Merrifield and Laura Warren, you know, that will just help these younger players so much to develop into this game. They've got some good youngsters out there, but you just need that experience around you, don't you, just to support you.
And that's the thing, you can't just rely on, you might have these big names, but you don't want to have to rely on them the whole time. That's a lovely shot. There's a great feed in there. Oh, we've got a player down.
And I think she shot through the player, so she's been penalised.
Yeah, and so that is hustle number Oh, it's Ruby Smith. Down. She's just being checked out by the physio. I'm hoping she's
And that's
okay.
young Anna Neville, so she'll be a little bit upset with that follow through.
But that is the nature of competitive sport. So she's being sent off there for the dangerous shot.
Yeah.
Got to take, is that red card? So that's.
And we have to be careful here with head injuries. So the physios are taking their time just to make sure that Ruby's okay. She's going to go off for a breather, I think, and just to double check that she's okay. But it would appear that the medical team are quite happy that she's okay, as they've come one side and she's gone the other.
It's when they start asking you to say the months of the year backwards, which actually are quite difficult when you haven't been hit in the head.
Yes, absolutely. But so it's 5 against 4 out in the outfield, so that if Hustle are going to make a dent here, this should be the time to do it. Oh, and great pass across, but just missed it. Emma Oakley now. Sophie Coombs-Roberts. They're intercepted by Laura Warren. She's just so reliable, isn't she?
She's just everywhere. She is everywhere. If I had £1 for every time I said, there's Laura Warren, I'd be very rich. I'd be in the Bahamas. Yeah, they needed to capitalise on this being a player up, really. And you can't score goals if the other team's got the ball, even if they've got one less player than you.
That's right, and they have to be careful here. They're trying to hold on to it as long as possible, but as I suspected, the shot clock ran down there, so the ball changes over. Emma Oakley has the ball, running up the middle of the pitch.
Some nice defensive work there from Miranda Nichols on her fellow Welsh player Sophie Coombs-Roberts.
Miranda Bate there. I think we mentioned her a lot last time. Laura Merrifield.
So we're hearing that Swift number 83 stepped into the crease. That's Miranda Nichols, so that's a yellow card there. Is that? Am I tuning into this one?
I believe you're right, and now we're four players each in the outfield, so it's even the numbers up. Just created more space, so let's see if Hustle can actually capitalise on the fact that they're in possession of the ball. Young Miranda Bate there, going round the back of the goal, feeding it out to Emma Oakley, who steps inside and takes a powerful shot, but it's not on target, so changeover ball.
Almost took out the cameraman there. He didn't even flinch.
No, Lady Kerry, a great photographer, just casually just let it go past him. Laura Warren comes down into attack, trying to draw the defence towards her.
Feeds up to Laura Merrifield, who looks threatening as always.
Finds Tors Anderson. He comes left, right, takes the right-handed shot there, and that's not her strength. Her strength is the left-handed shot, so there wasn't the power on it or the placement, really.
Yeah, and it didn't quite give her the angle. I mean, she could get round her defender with that one, but she didn't have the angle on the dangle, as they say. It's a nice passage of play here by Hustle. Oh, that's
and
nicely
that's
found the back
evened it up, all square, 1-1.
Yeah, it's not had the rapid goals that we saw of the first game of today, has it?
No, it's interesting, isn't it? It's become very much an attritional affair. You know, I move here, you move there. Let's see who cracks first, and then we'll put the ball in the net. Whereas last week when we did this, there were goals galore.
Well, it was, wasn't it? We almost couldn't keep up. But there was Laura Merrifield there, was setting a pick for Laura Warren, but didn't quite come off. And so here we go. Here's that name again, setting off back up the pitch. As Miranda Bate.
Oh, great shot from Sophie Coombs-Roberts, takes them 2-1 in the lead.
A few subs there. So the good news is that I can see Ruby Smith on the side there, and she's looking A-okay and like she's ready and raring to come back on at some point soon. There's another goal there for Swift. We'll have a little view of that one again. Emma Oakley sets off up the pitch. Oh, she's managed. She's on a bum. She's on the floor. She's kept the ball. She's lost a stick, and she very cleverly managed to keep herself between the ball and Laura Merrifield while her teammate went for the ball. But
unsportsmanlike conduct there, so she's taking a breather.
I thought it was quite clever.
It was a real game player, isn't it, who doesn't want to let the ball go away, but actually it was illegal, so the ball changes over to the opposition.
And the news is that Ruby Smith is back on the pitch and looking tip-top, so nice to see that. So we're hearing that there are too many players on the pitch, and I'm just going to try and count. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Which now means, I think, that they go down to three outfield players, because I think with too many on the pitch, you have to take another one off.
Oh, I'm confused.
So we're now down to three players plus a goalkeeper on the pitch for the hustle.
3 players plus a goalkeeper, and then you square root, times it by 54, and then you might write.
Which basically means
great save there from Sophie.
they'll be expecting to score here. Laura Merrifield will be determined to score, and there she goes.
There it is.
She has that absolute, once you pick the ball up, you know that she's going to go straight to goal. And because she's got such great height, she can come over the top quite safely. And she's been in the World 11 2-3 times,
Yeah,
world team.
She's just one of those, as a youngster coming through, you would look up to and be like, you know, she's a proper icon. And so that is the end of the first quarter. Not quite the prolific goal-scoring quarter of the first game, so it's currently 3-2.
Yeah, and Hustle is still in this, you know.
Hustle. No, it is the Hustle. Hustle 3-2.
Yeah, and, you know, that's probably... people won't be expecting that, because Hustle have not been on the winning end. So they're really just still in the game and still working hard at this.
Yeah, and then, as you said, as I've said previously, the team dressed like Quality Street. They are giving a bit of quality today. We're just seeing a few replays here. There was an attempted shot here by Tors Anderson. Oh, no, it wasn't an attempted shot. It was a lovely shot. Lovely finish there. Yeah, so as games go, we've had more players going on and off than any of our games so far, haven't we?
Yes, there's been certainly a lot going on there with players on, players off. We went down to 4 on one team at one moment. And now we hopefully are going back to even Stevens for numbers. But the Swift are just 3 goals to 2 up. And Hustle are still in the fight. So let's hope that they keep up that strength, keep up that skill set, and just make sure that they challenge Swift all the way. We like those close games, don't we?
We love a close game. So here we go. We've got 2 Big Dog England stars, Ruby Smith, Laura Merrifield, back on the draw. Both going for the push draw again here. Just a little bit of height difference. Not taken cleanly. Nice pick up there by Swift's number 31, Hannah Whiteley.
But picked up by Sophie Morel.
Oh, Sophie Morel is a very good player. I wouldn't want to be in the goal if she was coming towards me. Thank you very much. Emma Oakley just indicating with her head. Ruby Smith setting up a pick for her there. Hasn't quite paid off.
Sophie Coombs
still has the ball. That was a lovely bit of work there by Sophie Coombs-Roberts. She really put in the graft for that, and she's earned herself a little moment's rest. Subbed herself off. We'll give her that.
I think here we see on the replay, Sophie Coombs-Roberts just fairly determined to put that high into the net and past Katie Greenwood. Great goal by Sophie Coombs-Roberts to bring the score back to 3-3.
And the clear there from Sophie Allen finds Emma Oakley again. We pass it off to Harriet Mann.
Miranda Bate trying to get round, but she's being closely marked. Very well marked there.
Standing in the crease.
So it's a technical, so that's no goal there. Oh, I think there's a debate going on between the umpires.
You can't stand in the crease if the ball's at the top. He is telling Laura Merrifield, who trudges off to take a pew.
And interesting, Laura Merrifield's been playing for a number of years, one of our most experienced players, and the umpire was taking the time to explain the rule to her. And I don't think I've ever seen Laura be carded off, if I'm honest, in the times that I've watched her.
And you know what Miranda Bate went for there with that shot?
She did. She went for a worm burner.
She went for a worm burner.
Sadly, it wasn't on target, so Katie Greenwood brings the ball out and feeds it out to Skylar Neal. There's still a player down, so they're going to try and keep possession for the 30 seconds, but take the shot, obviously, before. No, she takes the shot early. I think sometimes these players don't realise how long 30 seconds is.
Yeah, it's like I was saying in the earlier game, even in netball, you've got your 3 seconds with things. People do it so quickly. 3 seconds is a lot longer than you think it is. I think it is. And if we carry on with the maths, 30 seconds is 10 3 seconds, and you've got ages.
You certainly have, but Sophie Coombs-Roberts inside to Hannah Thurston, who puts that in the back of the net.
Yeah, so she's past Katie Greenwood there, who is currently coach at Bedford Girls' School. Actually, somewhere I know very well, because when it was Bedford High, I did attend it
Right.
up to the age of 11, but it is now merged with what was the rival school, Dame Alice, to become Bedford Girls' School.
Hannah Thurston carrying the ball forward. She's just finished her junior year at Duke, so she'll be bringing all that experience that she's had of playing over in the States into this game, and she's certainly a young player to watch out for.
And that's what's so great with this. Some of these girls go over and play in these American sides, and you can really see that they've got that influence. You know, sometimes you watch the American teams play, and there's just that way they have about them, and it's amazing to see it being filtered through across the world, really.
Yes, it is, and also, it's good to see the young players playing with the more experienced players, because I think you can learn just as much from some of the older players. And there's that underarm shot that just finds the back of the net.
That was a lovely shot there.
Chess Gray from Scotland scoring that one.
Be interesting to see how many goals we've got from Scottish, English or Welsh. Oh, see, even there's some Irish. We've got an Irish player in here today as well, Skylar Neal. We have a few national goals. See what we've got at the end of the weekend. That's almost a lovely take there from Laura Warren, but picked up instead by Hustle's Hannah Thurston.
She's going straight to goal, but she turns back to give it to the experienced Smith.
Yeah, that was a wise decision there, because she could have just got a bit overexcited and gone for it, and then it would have been another trek back down the pitch potentially.
And that ball was touched by the goalkeeper, so that means that Hustle keep possession of the ball.
Emma Oakley up to Ruby Smith up the top there. She's directing traffic again. She's got great pitch awareness.
Good to see Ruby Smith back on the pitch, and here she is with the ball, and she's driving, trying to roll round Laura Merrifield, but lays it off to Emma Oakley.
You can't quite find Sophie Coombs-Roberts in the hole there. And setting off up the pitch, we've got Hannah Whiteley. And they found the back of the net. So Swift are catching up. It's currently 6-4 to the Hustle.
And Hustle go down a player again. I think they need to be a bit more disciplined, because they played a lot of this game with less players than
and when you're already running this far,
Swift.
you've only got 6 of you. You don't need any less players on the pitch.
No, that's right, and it's a tiring game, so you want to conserve as much energy as possible. And once you're a player down, you're having to do a lot more work.
That was a lovely finish there from Tors Anderson. She's always had a lovely shot on her. Sophie Allen passes it out to Sophie Muriel, who finds Sophie Coombs-Roberts. A trio of Sophies, as it were.
Sophie tries to drive, that feeds it inside to Ruby Smith.
That's a nice bit of defence there from Hannah Whiteley.
Oh, good team goal. Great team goal.
They've really built that one.
Ruby Smith inside to Sophie Morello, just as we were saying earlier, just puts that almost volley in.
Yeah, it is like a volley. It's Sophie Coombs-Roberts we had in there. She's taken herself off again. Gone to get some water. You deserved it. It's sunny. You've been running a lot.
It's interesting how Sophie Coombs-Roberts scores a goal and then goes for a rest, doesn't
Yeah,
she?
well, it's like a reward. I've done my bit. Give me a minute. I'll be back on and I'll do it again.
But
Laura Merrifield sets up the pitch. She just, gosh, she eats up the miles, doesn't she? With that stride length. That's a lovely finish there from Emma Brown. Emma Brown, also a Bedford Girls' School alumni.
is that right?
Yes.
There's a number of schools, aren't there, that we would rely on to produce some of our top lacrosse players in this country. You know, you can almost rely that if you mention certain schools, you'll know that there'll be a representative of that school on that pitch at this moment in time.
Yes, what would be the first school that came to mind for you? For me, I would probably say either Godolphin or Guildford. They're usually quite up there from down south.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's been a few changes of so St. Catherine's are doing quite well. LEH, a local school to here that always does well is Moreton Hall. And I know that quite a few of them will go to the Welsh setup. There's no end of schools. Wickham Abbey, obviously, I've got to say that because otherwise you'll kick me.
I will push you over sideways.
But they're just great development centres, really, for the players of the future. They've got some great coaches.
Nice save there. Yeah, they have. And that's what's so great with this lacrosse. I remember sometimes I'd look out on the pitch at school from the library and suddenly it looked like every England player in the world ever was having a coaching session.
Yeah, so, we're very grateful that these schools play because they generate the players of the future. So a big shout out to all those schools, really, and all the teachers and all the coaches that work in those schools. Not just the schools we've mentioned.
And then up north, it's quite a big club scene, isn't it? So like we said, we've got Oxton, not Hoxton. We've got Oxton drinking Yorkshire tea up north.
Yeah, Oxton Club are very strong and often win the clubs championship. So, but there are clubs down south as well, Blues and Putney, etc. and Centaurs.
Yes, there's a little drive coming there from Laura Bayman. Couldn't quite make it, so she's passed it off. And now Emma Oakley's taken control at the top there. We've still got 10 seconds on the shot clock, but it's going to have to come off soon. That's a drop there from Sophie Coombs-Roberts. Isn't going to help with the timing. She sort of just had to take that shot, really, there. Because they were going to lose possession either way with this shot clock going away.
This is a key 18 seconds because Hustle will want to prevent Swift from scoring because otherwise we go into half-time all square or they go in, no, they've missed the shot. So it's still all square. And I think the half-time hooter is about to go. So that's just tied it up at half-time. Exciting situation.
There's nothing between them. Yeah, so, I mean, it's a very different game to the one we saw earlier. Yeah, I can't split the teams. They've played quite evenly. I mean, we have had Hustle players going on and off. Oh, I can't think of an analogy for that one.
Yeah,
that's appropriate for commentary.
That's right. They've been allowing Swift to sort of be man up a lot of the time, and they're really working hard to make sure that they can control it. But, I'm really surprised that Hustle are playing as well as they have. This is the best they've played in the 4 games that we've seen them play. So all credit to coaches out there, Ash Gloucester, with Evie Stevens. They've done a good job to make sure that they're preparing their team for this key semi-final. So that's basically where we're at.
And it's like we were saying earlier, the fitness is such an integral part to the Sixes because you don't stop. Your players are going on and off. And like we've had with Hustle today, they've been playing 4 out or a 1.3 out. So you need to have that fitness. You need to be able to put those miles in the legs, or you're going to fall behind.
You certainly do. But I mean, a lot of these girls, you know, they're in a training phase to get to the World Championship, the tennis-side game next year in Baltimore. So, you know, they will be following key fitness sessions and making sure that they are ready to go. So whilst they're not at their peak for this, they will be relatively fit, because you've got to start from a good standpoint. And let's face it, you know, with COVID, the only thing they could do some of the time was get out and do some running and do some fitness work, because we weren't allowed to do anything else at that stage. We couldn't meet as teams to practice. So fitness is the one thing that they have been allowed to sort of keep doing.
And a bit of wall ball. We always love a bit of wall ball. Well, I think lacrosse is probably one of the most COVID-safe sports out there. You never touch it with your hands.
No, and that was one of the...
And you just jab each other with your stick. Keep a stick length away, please.
And that was one of the points we put towards government for us to be able to come back to play safely, was that actually it's a relatively safe sport because you're rarely facing each other face to face. We did sort of have to take away the draw at the start of the game just to make sure that if there was any danger whatsoever, because let's face it, none of us really truly knew what COVID was 18 months ago.
We still don't.
No.
Who knows?
So we're still trying to come to terms with how we handle that situation, but we're getting there. And, you know, as you say, the girls are looking fit because they were able to do lots of fitness and also lots of wall ball. The only problem with a wall ball is the wall never moves, whereas players move. So
yeah,
they need
and obviously, I mean, some of the girls will have goals at home, if you're lucky enough to have a garden that fits the goal. And so some of the shots we've seen today, they've been practicing a lot, but it is very different practicing it at home with an empty goal to in a pressed situation like this with the big scary goalkeeper in there.
Yeah, that's right. And as we're going to come back, the two coaches have been called over to speak with the officials. So we'll see if that affects any state of play. I have seen that Ruby Smith has gone back across to the physios, and I think everybody is being very cautious, quite rightly. Whenever there's a head injury, we need to take caution. So I think they're just doing a few more tests just to check that everything is okay. I'll be honest, Ruby didn't look very impressed that she had to go over and see the medical team. But, you know, sometimes we don't know whether we need medical attention or not. So it's best to err on the side of caution, I would say, at this moment in time.
There's finger waving from the doctor in front of her, and she's doing the follow the finger. I'm not really sure what all the tests are, but it's one of those things that brings up the interesting debate over the goggles and the necessity for those, because obviously we were saying on the first weekend that generally the younger players who've come through school having to wear them, they've got used to it and they wear them all the time, but you have got the older, more seasoned veterans, we'll call it, not in them.
Yeah, you can almost determine how old or young somebody is by the fact, are they wearing goggles or not out there? And you're quite right in that the youngsters have got used to them, so they're quite comfortable wearing them. And we would recommend that anybody starting the game should wear them.
Because the thing is, if you wear them from the outset, then you don't really notice any difference.
That's right, you know, and I can see that Laura Merrifield is now wearing goggles as well, and for years she never wore goggles, so, you know, she's seeing the sense in that as well.
Yes, we've got Hannah Thurston matching up to Laura Merrifield for this draw. And Ruby Smith is just heading off back round to the other side, so hopefully that means she's been past fit. Little shout there, here we go, Swift. Excitable bunch on the side there.
Yeah, and of course, Ruby Smith would normally take the draw, so Hannah Thurston had to jump in there because Ruby wasn't on the pitch.
Pick up there, nice clean pick up there from Emma Oakley, who finds Sophie Murill. There's great defence here from Swift, being directed quite a bit by... It's that girl again, Laura Warren, just giving a little direction. Oh, it's a wonderful interception from the Swift goalkeeper, Katie Greenwood there. That's what we love to see.
Yeah, great save, great save.
Laura Merrifield makes her way up the pitch. Not found cleanly there by Emma Brown. And we set off back again with the ball in the arms of Sophie Allen.
Hannah Thurston seems to be coming more into the game. She seems to be the one carrying the ball up over the halfway line and then settling and just getting the team to play a settled attack.
Yeah, and once we've come over the halfway line, we can't go back over it, as we learned earlier.
Yes, that was a shame really for Alex Drew, because she didn't play the first weekend, and so she needs to get up to speed on what the rules are.
We'll send her some revision under her door later. She can have a little read. Ooh. So we've got a player down again here. Just seeing who that is. I hope she's okay. It's Swift number 17, so that's India Chadwick.
I think she's winded. She's breathing heavily. I think she just winded herself as she went down there. Let's hope that she's okay anyway. That's the key thing. You know, we play these sports and we realise there's an element of danger involved in them, but we just love the combativeness of the game, and it looks like she's back up and she's just going to take a breather. Didn't see. It looks like they're down to 3 players again, Hustle. So again, they've got 2 players off the pitch.
Emma Oakley will really be putting the miles into those stats we saw earlier if they keep being players down on their side.
Although I think she's one that's sitting on one of the chairs at the moment. So on the pitch, we've got Hannah Thurston, Ruby Smith, and Harriet Mann. And they're working hard to prevent the shot.
They're doing very well, to be honest.
And
yeah, and they've forced the bad pass, and it's gone off the side.
What great defence that was.
Really, really strong effort there from the team that looked like a box of Quality Street. So Sophie Allen finds Sophie Coombs-Roberts.
Still playing with 3 field players.
She's got a lovely way of running, Sophie Coombs-Roberts. It's sort of prance almost.
Yeah, they probably are going at this stage with only 3 players to wind down that shooting clock as much as possible.
That's a bit of a wasted pass there, but found Ruby Smith in the end.
Intercepted by the goalkeeper again.
Oh, that's one of those, you just got to be careful of that shot, especially when you're tired. You know, you can just lose that bit of concentration. You sort of forget she's there behind the net, and the stick just comes out.
And Tors Anderson scores that bouncing shot.
Oh, there's another player on the pitch. She's straight up again. Made of tough stuff, these Lacrosse girls.
And Laura Warren finishing that one off. And just the last 2 minutes, Swift have gone 2 goals ahead.
Yeah, it's been quite a good passage of play, really, for Swift. They're capitalising on the increased numbers on their side. Nice save there.
And that's why
their goalkeeper's doing a good job too.
Absolutely, and that's why it's so important to be disciplined, because you can't defend when you're sitting on a chair at the side of the pitch, and they're just making it life difficult for themselves after playing so well in the first half.
Yeah, Emma Brown's putting in a good game actually here. It was a nice take a minute ago. She's quietly doing her bit, whereas we've got the names we always mention, like your Laura Merrifields and Laura Warrens, but actually there's some good work going. It's good team effort so far. It's a lovely shot there. Nice finish from Laura Merrifield just on
the shot clock.
Shot clock.
She got away with that one, so it must have literally been on the 30 seconds. But Emma Oakley's determined to come back into it. She's working hard, but a dropped ball there. Recovered.
Yeah, she was chased down by Anna Neville there, who made light work of a sprint down the pitch.
Got 7 seconds before the shot clock, 5 seconds. 4 needs to take the shot. Yeah, too late.
That's great defence there by Swift. There was nothing really Ruby Smith could do about that one. She couldn't get past Laura Merrifield, and she couldn't find a pass to send off. So you sort of have to make the decision of, am I going to run it down or am I going to...
Yeah, and it's really early days for these girls to understand how long 30 seconds is. So the more they play it, the more they will get to know how long 30 seconds is, because they shouldn't really be allowing that clock to run all the way down before they take the shot. And in the last 4 minutes, they've gone 4 goals ahead, Swift.
So, Jane, what feels longer, 30 seconds of the microwave, the treadmill, or on a lacrosse pitch?
That's a good question.
I think it depends how hungry you are.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes you can wait forever, can't you, for the ping of the microwave. I guess on a treadmill, because it depends how fast you're running, and it depends whether it's on an incline. So there's too many variables to call that one.
Okay. Oh, but there's nothing more satisfying than that microwave ding. Or is it maybe a goal buzzer is better?
Do you know what a microwave is in Welsh?
No.
Poppity ping.
Poppity ping. And do you know how Nigella says microwave? Microwave.
Sorry, we digress. And now we're back with the hustle in attack, looking to pull one
catch
back.
Up, really. Yeah, 4 behind. And we've got another 3 minutes just over remaining in this quarter.
8 seconds left on the shot clock. Somebody needs to take responsibility here and take a shot.
That needed to go, that one. See, that's something Swift have done really well, actually. They've managed to hold Hustle out. Not necessarily repossess them, because they don't need to. They just need to keep them out there. It's like when you're learning to defend and they tell you don't go for that check early. It's that kind of situation. So they're holding them, using their bodies, got that hug-a-tree position, and just forcing the clock to run down.
Yeah, and defending is all about moving your feet and getting yourselves into a good position.
So Swift, number 83, Miranda Nichols there, being told off for violating the goalkeeper's crease. So we've got change of possession. Hustle make their way back up the pitch.
Umpires are doing a great job, but it's almost like they know every rule and they want to show us they know every rule.
They do, yeah. But the good news with lacrosse players, they don't argue back in the way a footballer might.
No, definitely not in the women's game.
They also don't, they don't roll on the floor when they get hit. They're straight up again. Ruby Smith didn't even really want to go off.
3 seconds. They're going to run down the shot clock again.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how many times that's happened to them in this game, because it does seem to be... That's the way they're losing possession most, I would say, Hustle. It's not necessarily by dropping the ball or checks. It's a lovely shot again from Laura Merrifield. It's from not being able to get the shot off in the first place.
No, and it looks like Swift come forward. They know where they want to put the shot, and they're capable of putting the shot where they want to put it, and that's making a big difference. Laura Merrifield has just scored the last two goals, and Laura Warren is starting to send the ball around. Tors Anderson's in there scoring. And they just need to be more disciplined in defence and more direct in attack almost. Don't if you've gone past the shot clock the last 2-3 times, well, just take an early shot. We've got to take some shots.
Yeah, I mean, that was tried there by Emma Oakley, but it was never really on. But like we're saying, you just got to try and take it at some point. That's a nice save again from Sophie Allen. It's interesting because I don't know if it's anything to do with the temperature, but you are hearing a lot more communication on the pitch than on the first weekend of the Fly, when everyone was just so hot and exhausted that it was almost like an effort to try and talk. But there was a lot of chatter going on. I don't know if that's because the teams have got to know each other better, maybe, and they have got more of a game plan rather than let's try and learn about this new format.
And Ruby Smith takes the shot and scores. And that was getting close to 30 seconds as well. But, you know, take the shot. You've got to take the shot. If you don't take the shot, you're never going to score. Laura Warren going forward, but a great save by Sophie Allen. There's 8 seconds left in the quarter. And I think they're going to run out of time.
Oh, it's a lovely one-handed take there by Sophie Morel, who did see that the time was running out, so tried to go for that shot there. But
yeah, I admire that in Sophie Morel. She was aware of what was happening in the game and tried her best to get a shot on target. It wasn't a bad shot, power-wise, it just lacked direction, but a good effort there from Sophie Morel.
Yeah, and so coming into the final quarter of this second semi-final between Hustle and Swift, we're currently sitting Swift 12, Hustle 8. So, Jane, you're betting those purple Quality Street. Who are you going for?
I've got a feeling that Swift are going to hold on here. They just won that quarter 5-1 and started to show a little bit of class in the in the people that they've got. They've got too much experience, I think, on their side to let this one go astray, because you can just see that if they went 2 goals catch up, that Laura Merrifield or Laura Warren would just step up a gear again and just put the ball firmly back in front.
Wouldn't it be nice to be that reliable as a person, you know, and one of the Lauras, and they're like, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong, because I've been really delighted with the way Hustle have played this semi-final. They've really shown a lot of character.
This has definitely been their best game so far.
Yeah, and, you know, for half the game, it was 7-7 at half-time. They've gone 5 goals down. They lost that quarter 5-1, I believe. So that's where, if you could just get rid of that quarter and just come into this last quarter all square, then it would be really exciting. But they're doing a good job, and let's hope that they can keep it going. And it's good to see Ruby Smith back on the draw. Not because Hannah Thurston can't do it, but she's their experience, and they need to try and get possession from this first draw.
Unsure what happened there, but the ball has gone to Sophie Coombs-Roberts out on the wide far side from us in the commentary position here. She passes off to Ruby Smith, who just misses it, but picked up nicely there by Miranda Bate, who again is having a great game quietly. She's really grown into this. I think she's found her niche in this.
I think it's great that we've got this discipline so that we can see the ability of some of the youngsters.
Yeah, great shot there from Miranda Nichols, Bristol alumni. And Wales international.
Ruby Smith just feeding it round and into yet another Wales international, Sophie Coombs-Roberts, but a great save by Katie Greenwood off her foot.
And off goes Miranda Nichols. Couldn't quite get the shot off there. She was marked wonderfully there by Miranda Bate, who really kept up with her. Experience playing youth, although I'm not sure Miranda would be too pleased with me if I say she's not a youth anymore.
I think the goalkeeper had the ball outside and took it back in there by the looks of it, or some...
One of those goalkeeping rules that they like to throw into the mix every so often. Obviously, when a goalkeeper gets the ball outside her circle, she can't then walk back into the circle with it. She can roll it in and then go in after it and then pick it up, but she can't just walk straight back into her circle.
It's like a hot potato at the moment.
It is, yes.
That Laura Warren just settling things down, taking possession, taking the hit there, but still keeping possession. Let's give it to Laura Merrifield, shall we?
Oh, yeah, and I'm Laura Merrifield. I've just found the back of the net.
I'll just turn and I'll just put it in the bottom corner.
She almost yawned while she was doing it, thinking about what's for dinner at the same time. It's very nice. It's nice to look so casual doing something so well. I guess that's a sign of skill. Oh, unlucky there from Miranda Nichols. I saw she almost got the intercept there. Nice save. Again from the Swift goalkeeper, chased up by Sophie Muriel with her game awareness again there, stopping the ball going back over the halfway line.
Yeah, although I think as it came off the goalkeeper, I think she could have picked it up in the defending end, because they were a defence were the last team to touch the ball. Great save again by Katie Greenwood.
That was well worked by Emma Oakley, with one sleeve rolled up with the right bicep out, but couldn't quite use those biceps to find the back of the net.
Sophie Coombs-Roberts with a long shot, but a quick snapshot, and there we have a goal for Hustle.
So it's currently 14-8 in Swift's favour, and we've got less than 5 minutes. Oh, 14-9 in the favour of the team in light blue.
Good save.
I think that was one of those made the goalie look quite good moments.
Yeah. The official really doesn't like the fact that the ball was in the crease and then it went out and came back in. So the ball goes to Swift there so that they can set up their attack once more.
He wouldn't be a fan of the hokey cokey, would he? In, out,
no,
in, out.
He certainly wouldn't.
No.
It's a green card to Hannah Thurston. Another Hustle player sat on a penalty chair.
Cost more cards than Christmas going on today. So here goes Laura Merrifield with the ball, looking calm.
I think behind that calmness, she's very determined, very steely, and very knows how to play the game, and she's going to play it to the best of her ability. But she does have that I'm in control mode on.
Yeah, and then we've got Skylar Neal, we haven't heard much about today, but she has quietly been whipping around with that blonde ponytail.
That was unlucky there from Sophie Allen.
Sophie Coombs-Roberts back on the pitch and catches the ball almost as she's still on the way on. And Ruby Smith directing traffic there, but not quite managing that one. And
came off the goalkeeper, so still Hustle ball.
Yeah, so we're into the final 3 minutes here, and it's still 15-9 to Swift. So Hustle do need to find that back of the net quite quickly. That's a lovely take there. That was a well-deserved goal there from Tors Anderson. Wonderful one-handed take like we were on about earlier. All that practice paying off there.
And all that practice does make it look very casual, doesn't it? And yet, you just know that she's done hours of practice on taking that catch one-handed and finishing as well as she did.
It's one of the, you can see her, if you could just see Tors there, she was in the defensive circle, and whereas in the tennis-side game, we've got the fan, you can't be in there for 3 seconds, so she's aware that normally in the tennis-side game, she would have to move out of there, so she's leaning in, but then you can tell she's like, actually, I can be here. And so it's having to sort of reset that brain for which format you're playing.
Katie Greenwood coming up the pitch.
Twice NCAA Goalie of the Year, Katie Greenwood. So that's quite a nice string to her bow there. Nice for Swift to have that as their final defence, you might call her, or maybe call her the initial attack.
Yeah, first stage of attack, eh? Good defence there by Anna Neville.
Yeah, she's really grown into herself in this game after that initial. She would have been a bit shaken up early with that situation with Ruby Smith, but obviously no fault of her own. Lovely shot there, great finish from Emma Oakley.
Anna Neville being sent to the chair again.
Oh, Anna, I was just saying you'd found yourself again. No, it's okay.
I think she's a competitor, and I think competitors are going to find themselves in situations where they can sometimes just step over the mark, and, you know, nothing wrong with that as long as there's no deliberateness, and I don't think there's ever that in her at all. Hit the crossbar there.
So we're just coming into the final minute of this semi-final, 16-10 in favour of the light blue Swift. But we've got a minute, so that's at least 2 shots.
Yeah, they're running out on this one, though. They've got 10 seconds.
But this is where Hustle have struggled the whole game. It's just getting that last movement and getting that shot off. The clock is running down, but that's gone straight into
Hannah Whiteley.
The hands of Hannah Whiteley, who sets off down the pitch, takes a nice left-handed shot, but misses there, although her a defender, Hannah Thurston, there, lost her stick. Never very helpful when you're defending.
No, not at all. Just 20 seconds to go. It'd be nice if Hustle finished with a goal. But Miranda Bate just misses the left-hand post there.
So here we are into the final 5 seconds. There's not going to be any rush from Swift, you would imagine. Cleared out nicely by Katie Greenwood. And here we go into the last few seconds of the game, and that is the game. So Swift are celebrating. It's a muted celebration because you can tell that they know it's been a tough fight there for Hustle. But final score 16-10 to Swift, who will now meet Forge in the final tomorrow, and Hustle will play off against Rise. It was a very different game to the one of earlier, much closer in all of the quarters than the first match of the day, which saw Rise storm off into the distance and get slowly drawn back in by Forge.
Yeah, and you know, I love that finish. I love the fact that the girls are absolutely delighted because it shows you how important this is to them as a tournament. You know, if it's like, oh, we can't, you know, it doesn't matter, they wouldn't have shown that exuberance. They just love playing lacrosse. They love playing the competitive lacrosse. And whilst they may know the opposition, they like to get that victory in. And what a great victory for them.
Yeah, it was a great game there. So they will be here to play for the gold medal tomorrow. The Rise.
Who's your money on?
Oh, see,
Rise or Forge?
Until today's game, after the first weekend, I would have said Rise, hands down. But Forge have really grown into themselves, and they're not just using that fast break like they did on the initial first day. As Tors Anderson just saying thank you to the umpires there. It's very nice to see. As she hugs Laura Warren, and they head off to go and get some much needed water, fuel, and a few wise words from their head coach Karina Walsh and assistant coach Sally Q. So we're going to hear, who are we going to hear from? I believe we're probably going to hear from a coach on the side there. But yes, I don't know. I'm not going to sit on a fence because it's not very comfortable and I've got a very bony bum. So I'm going to say Rise.
So you're going with Rise?
I'm going with Rise.
I think their experience might just overshadow Forge.
I think maybe the experience of major tournaments, big games. You've got a few of the veteran players. The youngsters have been learning for them as they go along. So that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to say Rise.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. I think it will be Rise, but let's hope we're both wrong because that means we're in for a cracker of a game.
Oh, I want a penalty shootout. That's all I'm here for.
And in the other third and fourth place playoff, we'll have Hustle against, who are they playing, Georgie?
Hustle will play Rise. So it's Swift Forge final.
That's right.
Swift Forge final and Hustle Rise playoff. So Swift in the lovely pale blue will play off against Forge in their steely grey coloured. And then in the third, fourth playoff, we have the purple Hustle, the Quality Streets, versus the Tequila Sunrise of the Rise. So, yeah.
Two great games to look forward to.
Oh, very exciting. Very exciting. Yes. So that will be tomorrow's game.
And I think now we're going to hand over to speak, to have an interview with Coach Karina with our team.
I am pleased to be pitch side with Karina Walsh, head coach of Swift. Congratulations, talk us through that game.
Thank you. You can hear my team there. No, brilliant game. We started off strong. There was a lot of pressure going into the game because, you know, we have won 4 from 4 so far, now 5 from 5. And then second quarter, we did have a few hairy moments. It was a little bit touch and go, and they were a really good team that we came up against. But then we finished really strong at the end, and the team were great.
Of the 4 games today in the semi-finals, that was a cagey opening sort of 5-10 minutes. Was that tactical or was it just a little bit of nerves?
I think maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of pressure there on the players. We sort of lost our flow for a few minutes, but we managed to pull it back and you know, regain what we were trying to do and pull it back when it mattered. So
now you won your 3 group games a couple of weeks ago,
yeah.
Won twice today. How you know you are favourites tomorrow now. You've got that tag. How do you cope with that?
I mean, it is a lot of pressure, and I talked to the players about this, but that pressure is a privilege that we've got. We've only got that pressure on us because we earned the pressure. The guys earned that with the way they've performed every single game so far, and you know, so far they haven't let that go. They've kept consistency and they've really gone for it, and it's been a huge team effort from every single one of them. So
Now, this is a new format, new teams, but yours seem to be gelling better than any other we've seen across the entire day so far. How?
Well, it's a magic question, isn't it? I mean, we have talked a lot about playing together, having fun, enjoying it and playing as a team. It's been a huge focus of ours, and I think that the players have really, really gelled. You wouldn't think they hadn't played together, and it's just, you know, they have really taken that and we have focused on that. Teamwork's been a big thing for us.
Now, focusing on the rules, there's been a couple of situations across the day where people have had a difference of opinion on the rules. How are you getting on with learning them? Because everybody's learning them.
Yeah, you know, everybody, the umpires of the game, the coaches, the players, we're all learning here, and there's sometimes stuff that we're not 100% sure on, and it makes it quite exciting. You know, keeps it fresh. It's not something we've done before, which is it's really exciting and fun to do.
I think exciting is the right word. You've got 24 hours now before the final thereabouts. What do you do for the next day?
I mean, we're going to have some downtime, definitely. The girls need to rest, recover, and not think too much about lacrosse until the time is right. And yeah, we're taking it game by game, so we'll now look forward to that final tomorrow, but we'll give the girls some time to enjoy their evening, I think, first.
Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you in the final tomorrow.
Thank
Karina.
you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Back to you, Combs. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh yeah, we've got Coach Ash Gloucester.
So we're going to go over to the head coach of Hustle, Ash Gloucester, now, after a toughly fought semi-final there. Unfortunately, she was on the losing side of that one, but we will hear what she has to say on this one.
You wanted to be in, but talk us through the game from your point of view, Ash.
I thought we, as a team, had a really strong start. Unfortunately, we weren't able to maintain that. I think a couple of the unsettled situations put us on the back foot, and we just didn't have enough time to chip away and recover from that.
I just spoke to Karina. It was a cagey opening, more so than we've seen from the other few games. But there was a point, I think it was the third quarter, where they scored about 4 or 5 consecutive goals.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was not the position you wanted to be in, but it was very difficult to come back from that.
Yeah, do you know what I think? What we've noticed is, particularly in this format, if with the shot clock and just the quick turnaround, if the team scores a couple of goals, it's really hard to have enough time to claw away and come back. And we definitely were in that position today.
I mean, it's such a quick game and things can turn so quickly, as we saw. What do you concentrate on? What are the main skill sets needed for Sixers in general this weekend and in the future?
I think without a doubt fitness and versatility. You need to be a really good defender. You need to be able to play great body position, but you also need to be able to bury a shot and hit that feed. So I think it's really exciting in Sixes because it's an all-around opportunity to develop the whole player. So yeah, great opportunity.
Now, unfortunately, every game needs to have a loser. You're in the third place playoff tomorrow. Not the game anybody wants to be in, but how do you get the players sort of G'd up for that when it's not the final?
I think without a doubt, we want to have a great performance. And I think, we're not playing for gold medal, we're playing for pride. And each player out there needs to step up individually. So as a team, we can come together and win. I think, we've got to do it for each other. And that's what I hope to inspire the girls to do.
Now, talking about medals, it's of course the final weekend for the Olympics. Potentially Lacrosse Sixes is an Olympic sport one day.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the format and the future of it?
I think it's exciting. How can you not be, excited to see it? I think with hopefully the games going to America in 2028, it's the perfect opportunity to have lacrosse there, and we'd love to be a part of it.
the whole day has been an absolutely fantastic advert for the sport and yourself as well.
Thank you.
Unlucky today, but good luck in your third place playoff tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Right, so we're just going to look at a few replays of that stellar game as we look ahead to tomorrow, Jane. So we're both predicting a Swift victory, I would think. Swift as in Swift the team, not Swift as in Rapid.
Yeah, and we can see one of the reasons why here, their ability to just pick out that key player and just put the ball away behind the goalkeeper. And again here.
Yeah, and the teams are going to have, it's going to be exciting. It'll be big dinners tonight. Lots of refueling, recharging ahead of tomorrow because it's the first ever version of the Fly for this Sixes Lacrosse, and tomorrow will be the first finals. We're going to see our first ever champion.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. And we're seeing here, you know, some of the work from Hustle, who, whilst they didn't win, they still had that ability to evade the opposition and just to slot the ball in. But, you know, I think the key thing here was the experience of the Swift team, who just cut past the ball and then found the back of the net.
Yeah, it's been a nice demonstration of some really top quality lacrosse, even in a new format that they're still getting used to, but it's proving to be pretty cool.
Yeah, and the experience of Laura Merrifield just scored those last two goals, so that's the experience.
Yeah, and they're adapting to a new format pretty well. So, yeah, it's going to be an early Saturday night for all of us. And we'll be up tomorrow for the 10 o'clock? We've got our third, fourth playoff. And so third, fourth playoff, we will see Hustle take on Rise. And then the big one, the one we've all been waiting for, we will see the first champion crowned as Swift take on Forge in the final tomorrow afternoon. So tune in tomorrow, everyone, please. This is myself, Georgie, and Jane signing off for the night. Sleep well, go and get your rest in, and tune in tomorrow.
Yes, be there, folks, or you'll miss out, because this will be quite some contest tomorrow, and we'd love to share that with you.